Memoirs of Sir Denis Wright on October 10th, 1984, recorded in Aylesbury.
No, not Aylesbury, Haddenham.
Haddenham. And the interviewer is Habib لاجوردی. So Denis, I would like us to begin by asking you to give a short biography of yourself, and then to begin this interview by describing your first contact with Iran.
Well, to go to biography very briefly, I was born in 1911 in Kingston-on-Thames in England, and after an early youth spent in Hong Kong, I went to school, a boarding school in England, and was at school until 1929 when I went up to Oxford, St Edmund Hall, where I read modern history. 1932 I graduated with second-class honours in modern history, and then had the hard job of trying to find a job. Eventually it was a bad time for economically in England then. I eventually went into the advertising business on the market research side, and from that went to work with Messrs. Gallagher Limited, the big tobacco manufacturers, and in fact was employed by them when I was on holiday in Romania in 1939, August, and with war coming on, I went round to see the consulate at Constanza on the Black Sea and said, I think I must get back immediately to England. He said, no, we would like you to stay here because if war does break out, you could be very useful. And so it was. I stayed on Constanza, was involved in economic warfare work in Romania, and then went to Turkey, first to Trebizond as we call it, on the Black Sea as vice consul in charge, and then to southern Turkey, Mersin, which became an important port during the war years. And immediately after the war, I had to make the choice of either returning to my industrial firm, Messrs. Gallagher, or trying for the Foreign Office, and I opted for the Foreign Office and was taken on their permanent staff. So that gives you my background, really. And under the Foreign Office, after the war, I served, first of all, in Yugoslavia as commercial secretary at the embassy there, 1946 to the end of 48. I was there at the time of the Tito-Stalin crisis. From Yugoslavia, I went to Chicago as consul, under a consul general. My job was the dollar export drive in the Middle West, and so I had a huge bailiwick in the Middle West to try and promote dollar exports, and I was there until 1951, when I came back to London and was made the head on promotion, much to my surprise I might add, as the head of the Economic Relations Department in the Foreign Office, a very busy department at that time when we were still sort of suffering from wartime shortages and bilateral arrangements. And in the Economic Relations Department, we had one man dealing with oil problems. We had no energy department in those days in the Foreign Office. And in August 1953, when I was head of this department, I had taken over the headship of the department in October 1951. So after less than 2 years there, I was suddenly summoned by the head of the Foreign Office, Sir William Strang, as he then was, and told that Dr. Mossadegh had fallen the day before, and we would be wanting, the British government would be wanting to resume diplomatic relations as soon as possible with Iran. And would I be willing to go out there as a chargé d'affaires? And of course I said I would be very happy. Now, you may ask, why should they have chosen me? And I think there were two reasons. One was that the Economic Relations Department was a department responsible for oil, and they therefore concluded that I knew a lot about oil. In fact, was not true, because Peter Ramsbottom, who later succeeded me in Tehran many years later, was the oil man, and he worked direct to the undersecretary and cut out the head of the department because it was such a fast-moving thing, and there were so many other occupations to head the department, so I knew very little about oil. Anyway, I think that was the main reason why I was selected to go, and secondly, it was just one of those fortuitous things. I think 2 days before the fall of Mossadegh, I had been at a meeting in which the head of our personnel department had been present, and I suspect he was reminded of my existence. And so, anyway, I was chosen as the guinea pig to go to Iran. Well, instead of the Iranian government or the Shah wishing to hurry into diplomatic relations, there were very long and protracted negotiations before we resumed diplomatic relations. And it was not until December the 21st, 1953, that I eventually arrived in Iran. The reasons for this long, drawn-out delay, because the British were extremely anxious to get relations started, was that the Shah or his ministers, I'm not aware of exactly who, but I suspect the Shah, said we must have an oil agreement first and then we have diplomatic relations. Anthony Eden, who was Foreign Secretary, took entirely the reverse view. He said we must have diplomatic relations and then talk oil. We are not going to conduct secret negotiations in Switzerland or somewhere on oil, but through third parties. We must talk direct. And so we held out. And Eden who knew a good bit about Iran, he'd studied Iranian history and literature at Oxford many years previously. He took the line that the Iranians would be bound to want us back, if no other reason than to play us off against the Americans, which was a traditional Iranian policy, as it were, play us off against the Russians, now play us off against the Americans. And he was right. And eventually, with the considerable help of the then American ambassador in Iran, Loy Henderson, a formula was worked out, and a communique was published in London on a Saturday evening. I think it was the 5th of December, 1953, announcing the resumption of diplomatic relations and that oil negotiations would start shortly afterwards. That was done on a Saturday evening, an unusual time to do it, but we were so scared, the British government, of the Shah changing his mind after this long drawn-out negotiation to get him to a point when he would have a chargé d'affaires. And there was no announcement of my name until the Monday afterwards, when the House of Commons were told by Foreign Secretary that I was going out as chargé d'affaires. And that was on the 7th of December. Well, in the meantime, between August and December, I had been slowly accumulating a small team of people to go out, among them 2 or 3 people who had been in Iran before. Well, about, I don't know exact date, but probably about the 10th or 14th of December, sometime around about then, maybe before the 14th, the Swiss minister who was in charge of British interests in Iran was informed of who was coming out with me. He went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and said, look, here's the team, that Miss Van Wright is coming out with this team. Some of the men have served in Iran before. I suppose there's no objection because Mossadegh had decreed that nobody that British should ever serve in Iran before should ever come back. And whether the Shah was consulted or not, but the reaction was, no, we can't have anybody who's ever been in Iran before. So there was consternation in London. Back came a telegram, but we'd have to send out a new team. Well, I'd never been in Iran before. I was all right, but other members of the staff were. Well, this was a high political issue, because do you accept a sort of a diktat from the government? Who are you going to appoint as your diplomats? Unfortunately, both Eden and Churchill, the Prime Minister, were at the time in Bermuda for a conference with President Eisenhower. And so no decision could be taken immediately, but telegrams were sent to Bermuda, and Eden and Churchill must have conferred about it. And I was told to see Eden the moment he got back from Bermuda. And I saw him on Saturday. I've forgotten the actual date. I can look it up for you if you like. But I saw him, and he said, I accept this decision by the Iranians, except that you must have one man on your staff who knows his way around, because you've got enormous great compounds and big buildings, and you must have someone who knows. And he left it to me to choose who of these people. So I chose a man called John Fernley, who had been the second secretary, I believe, in the commercial department before. He was not an undercover MI6 man or anything. He was a straight commercial officer in the Foreign Office. He was at that time working in the United Nations Department, and I had taken quite a fancy to him. I liked his ideas, and so I opted for him. And we dropped the other people, and at very short notice, other members were recruited to come in their place. And eventually, we set off for Iran, I think on the 17th of December, because Eaton was determined, although Christmas was very close, he said, we cannot not go ahead immediately because the Shah would change his mind. We had a very low opinion of the Shah in London in those days, and didn't trust him at all. And so the thing was to get me out there quickly. And we went out in a little chartered aeroplane, spent the first night in Athens, the second night in Baghdad, and we eventually, because we got delayed by fog in London for a day, I think, after quite a rough passage, because we had to go very high up to cross the Elbrus Mountains, we got to Tehran on the 21st of December. And
ask something at this point. I'd be interested to know in what way and to what extent a person such as yourself at that time was briefed as to the history of what was going on, the personalities, what you would be facing once you got there. Did you just simply read files? Were there meetings where they described things to you?
Well, the trouble was that I was head of a very busy department. There was no knowing when the Shah would agree to us. So I was kept with my nose to the grindstone in this department, without letting people know I was going to Iran. My wife knew, but we didn't tell people generally. The result was that I really got no briefing at all until, say, about the 5th of December, when I pulled out of the office, the communique was announced. And then I got some sort of a briefing, but it wasn't a very thorough one. I met people like Professor Lampton. I talked to people in the Foreign Office. I was told that the British had been involved with the CIA in the coup of August 1953, and that there were two brothers called Rashidian who were involved, who were close to the British Embassy at one time, and I should avoid them and not get involved with them. And apart from that, I was given no details about the coup. I didn't ask details, because one doesn't ask, but I just knew that we had been involved. But I was warned against having dealings with the Rashidian people. And apart from that, I cannot recollect being given any real picture of the extraordinary, I'd say, love-hate relationships about which I have subsequently written. But about that, I mean, that came all rather new to me. But John Fernley, the man I took out, and I discovered that he had very strong views about what he called the professional Anglophils who hung around the embassy and so on. So when I went out, John Fernley took a very firm line, and I regard him as my chief advisor, and he said, now, keep clear of all these people who will make almost a profession about peddling influence from the British Embassy and so on. And so, as I didn't know anybody, I had no commitments to anybody, we took a pretty tough line with people, and I think it paid off. We tried to cut out what I call the intermediaries who existed. And I'll come on to that in a little while's time. But if you answer to your question, the answer is no, I didn't have much briefing, and of course I made no attempt to learn Persian because I just was too busy. I mean, I was running my department and so on.
How about information about the main personalities you would meet, such as the Shah and General Zayedi and those people?
Well, I can't remember what I was told, but of course we have an annual personalities report which one could look into. The Shah, I know because I used to see the telegrams coming in. We had a very low opinion of him. We thought he'd handled the Mossadegh problem very weakly. He'd left the country, run away as we saw it, things like that. So of the Shah, one hadn't got much of an opinion, and that'll come out later in what I have to say. On Zahedi, in the House of Commons, I think Eton had congratulated him on the bold step in resuming relations with us because of a certain amount of opposition to it and so on. So I went out with, knowing full well that Zahedi had been a prisoner of the British in the war, and that sort of thing, but regarding him as someone who was a strong man, and what we, the British, wanted at that time in Iran was a strong government, and Zahedi we saw as providing it.
So the fact that he had been arrested by the British 10 years before didn't...
Not a bit, no. In fact, when I first saw him in January... No, it's just one. Switch off. Yeah.
So you were talking about Zahedi when you first saw him?
Yes, well, when I saw him in January the 6th, I was taken to see him by Mr. Entizam, Asadullah Entizam, who was the foreign minister, and I had quite a friendly talk with him about the oil settlement and what we were after and so on. And then I ended up by saying that I hoped that his wartime experiences had not given him too bad a view of the British. And he gave me one of those sort of charming smiles of his and said, no, every country has its own policies. And insofar as I had any more dealings with him, they were always satisfactory. And we never wanted the Shah to get rid of Zahedi, although... You see, the Shah was intensely jealous of Zahedi from the beginning. I mean, I'll come back to that in a minute. But in the course of the very crucial oil negotiations in 1954, the Shah, on more than one occasion, put out feelers to the British ambassador, Roger Stevens, and to the American ambassador, Laurie Henderson, and indirectly to me through some of his other ministers, that Zahedi was corrupt, that he was no good, and he must be got rid of. And the line taken by both the British and the American embassies was, don't swap horses in midstream. I mean, you've got a man who's got the country under some sort of control, and don't get rid of him. I think it must be. Shall I just try it? And to continue about Zahedi, I mean, the Shah, in the end, he went to London and America in 1965 in the spring. And because nothing was said to him about Zahedi, one way or the other...
1956?
55, yes, after the oil negotiation of 54, and then he went on not a state visit, but he went on a private visit to London and to America. And nothing apparently was said to him about Zahedi. He took this to mean that there would be no objection if he got rid of Zahedi. So when he got back, he decided to sack Zahedi. Zahedi refused to resign. I mean, this is part of Iranian history. It's not Anglo-Persian, but it's a very interesting account. I mean, Mr. Alam was sent up eventually to tell Zahedi that you've got to get out. And if you look at the correspondence in the press, the Shah says, I accept your resignation and you can go on sick leave. And of course, Zahedi had never resigned at all. It was just the Shah forced him out. He was just jealous of him. And Hussein Allah became Prime Minister. Anyway, that's...
before I interrupted you, you had begun to describe your arrival in Tehran. I think it'd be useful to just take it chronologically. From the day that you arrived in Tehran and go forward?
Well, it was a very extraordinary beginning I had, because I was met at the airport by the Swiss minister, Alfred Escher, who had an English wife, and by the minister in the American embassy, Bill Roundtree, and some newspaper correspondents, and there were armoured cars and tanks. The Iranians were very nervous about my arrival, and they taken precautions. There had been demonstrations, I think, before. Anyway, as I drove in from the airport to the British Embassy, the Swiss minister said he'd had a message from the Shah and asked me to arrange for me to meet two of his confidants. And he had arranged for me to meet them at dinner the next night. And I said, who are they? And he said, well, one is a Persian whose name I think he may have told me, but he didn't know anything about him. The name was Bahram Shahrukh. And the other one, he said, is a Swiss subject who's very close to the Shah. His name is Ernst Perron. So I didn't like this idea of meeting the Shah's figures almost immediately, and the Swiss minister was living in the British Embassy compound in Gulhek. Next morning, the 22nd of December, I made my first call on the American ambassador, because he had been extremely helpful, as I had mentioned already, in arranging the communique, helping with the communique and the terms to get we went back. And I told him about this, and I said, I don't think I can avoid it. It's a message from the Shah, from the Swiss, and he said, well, I don't like it either, but you can't avoid it. That was that. But that evening, I went up to the Gulhek embassy to have dinner with the Eschers, and there I found these two gentlemen. Well, after dinner, the Swiss minister and his wife discreetly withdrew and left me with them, and they started, Monsieur, what's his name, Shahrukh, Bahram Shahrukh, did all the talking, wanted to find out what I'd got by way of an oil settlement. They started criticizing the Prime Minister, Zahedi. They also said, would the British have any objection if the Shah dismissed Mr. Hussein Allah as Minister of Court? So I said that I had no oil settlement. All I was concerned with was to report on and try and make arrangements for the beginning of negotiations. I said we wanted such things as fair compensation and so on, but I had no oil settlement. Secondly, that as regards General Zahedi, I said only a few days previously, Mr. Eden in the House of Commons had praised Mr. Zahedi for his courage in resuming relations. I said, you can't expect me to subscribe to any criticism of him. And thirdly, as regards Mr. Hussein Allah, I said, what the Shah does with his ministers is not the affair of the British government at all. It's his business. And I was rather short with them. Anyway, that was on the 22nd of December. I called...
Bahram Shahrukh, wasn't he the man who was on Radio Berlin?
Yeah.
Is he the same man?
Yeah, it's the same man. I'll come to this. I didn't know this at the time. Well, the next day was the 23rd of December, and I went and paid my first call on the Iranian Foreign Minister, Asadullah. Was he Asadullah? Yes, Asadullah Intizam. And Abdullah Intizam. And we talked about the oil business and what I wanted to find out whether BP could go back. I was pretty certain they couldn't, but nevertheless, if I could get them to go back 100%, that was what the British objective was. And then I mentioned him just en passant, because I didn't like this dinner at all, you see, and I said, I think you should know that last night I met these people at the request of the Swiss minister who had been asked by the Shah, and I didn't give him the details. Well, that was the 23rd of December.
What was his reaction?
He just
heard it.
Yeah, so 24th of December, I was busy calling on other ambassadors and all that sort of thing. 25th December, Christmas Day, we'd borrowed a certain amount of drink from the American embassy, and I had a little party in my house with my own staff and a few of the British who were still in Tehran, the Gibbs, the engineers people, and people like that. In the middle of it, I got a telephone call from the Swiss minister, said, those two gentlemen you met the other night want to see you very urgently. I broke away from the party. They came round to see me, and they told me they'd reported to the Shah. The Shah was repeated. He wished me to deal with him direct, through them, on oil questions, that I had already made a very favorable impression on the Persian public after 2 days, and he didn't want any ambassador appointed until the oil negotiations were completed. He didn't want any interference by the British in Persian affairs, etc., etc. I expressed considerable doubts about all this. I said I hadn't got an oil settlement. At any rate, I would not wish to do anything on oil behind the back of the Iranian foreign minister or his prime minister. I would keep the Shah informed, but I must. And that as regards an ambassador, I said I already had the name of the ambassador who was agrément we wanted, and it was just a question of waiting for time, to the right moment to ask for it. And so on. And as regards interference, I said I can give you a pretty solemn assurance there will be no interference. Well,
which of the two was doing the talking? Which of these two gentlemen was doing the talking?
Baram, Shahrukh.
The other one was
Peron, Ernst Peron.
The Shah's friend.
The friend. Well, we had then they went off, and we had a lunch, and I suppose we drank quite a lot and so on, and Happy Christmas Day, and I got another telephone call in the afternoon, 4 or 5 o'clock. These two gentlemen wished to see me again. So back they came, and they said, we have been to see the Shah, reported our conversation, and he wants us to give you a bout de papier, a piece of paper, setting out his views. And then I'd do like I can read you out. Could I have a copy of that?
Sure.
Part of it. Let me switch off while I get it. You on?
Yes.
Anyway, they came back after lunch and handed me this piece of paper, and I'm now quoting exactly from it. It read as follows.
What language was it
in? In English, and not perfect English. There were a few mistakes, but all matters of diplomatic routine, including the oil matter, should be discussed by you with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Entisam. All matters of high policy, i.e. matters above or outside the diplomatic routine, should be presented to His Majesty through Monsieur Perron and myself jointly. Since, however, the oil matter is of preliminary importance, I think he really meant by that primary importance, but it's a preliminary importance in the relations of the two countries. His Majesty wishes that after you have made your studies and reported to your government and have received suggestions on the manner the oil matter should be or could be settled, that you inform through this channel, in brackets, Perron and myself, close brackets, His Majesty in advance, and before you present them to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, you await His Majesty's approval or counter-proposals. Thus, His Majesty wishes to avoid any serious difficulties arising from the negotiations. His Majesty accepts the principles suggested by your government. One, that the principle of compensation to the AIOC, that's the Iranian Oil Company, should stand firm, subject to a generous treatment by your government. And two, that the profits of Persia in oil should not be higher than in other countries of the Middle East, though the formula must be face-saving for the Persian government. With regards to the nomination of your ambassador, His Majesty is not opposed to your approaching Mr. Entisam for an agrément, but His Majesty emphatically wishes that, one, this should be done without much publicity, and two, that the ambassador comes when oil negotiations have reached their final stage near a settlement. His Majesty states the reasons the following. A. the Persian public opinion has already got used to Mr. Wright and regards him already with certain sympathy. I've been there 2 days, I might add. Thus, it would be much easier to conduct the negotiations with Mr. Wright without a new embarrassment. The Persian would thus keep favorably quiet until the results of the negotiations are known. B. His Majesty wishes to make the best use of the day when the new British ambassador presents his credentials to His Majesty. His Majesty intends to speak very friendly words which would subsequently switch over the Persian public opinion to a friendly spirit vis-à-vis Britain. New paragraph. His Majesty wishes to add to this morning's statement that in his conversations with Mr. Nixon had been on a visit to Iran just before this, must have been in the winter of 1953. His Majesty did not only strongly suggest non-interference in the internal affairs of Iran, but His Majesty also emphatically asked Mr. Nixon, i.e. the U.S. government, to coordinate her policy in and for Persia with the United Kingdom, for otherwise it would be only the Russians who would profit. His Majesty wishes to have the real views of your government on this point and will appreciate any suggestions your government might have. New paragraph. On Sunday the 27th of December, His Majesty will leave for a holiday of 10 to 12 days for Ramsar on the Caspian. However, a plane will stand ready for any message you may wish to convey to His Majesty through this channel. That's the end of that. Well, after reading this memorandum, I expressed my dislike of the proposal that I should deal direct with the Shah on oil and suggested I should see him to explain my attitude, though I stressed that I would not want to do even this without the knowledge of Mr. Intisam. And in addition to that, I also emphasized that we and the Americans were working in close cooperation in Iran, which was true. I slept on all that on Christmas Day and discussed it with Fernley. And next morning, 26th of December, I sent a telegram to London giving the full text of that message. And saying I didn't like this at all, and I would like authority to inform the Persian foreign minister exactly what game the Shah was up to. Well, the Foreign Office obviously went right up to Eden himself, and they authorized me to tell Intisam. So next time I saw Intisam, which was the 27th of December, I reminded him that my first call on him, I had mentioned having this dinner party. I said, I now want you to know what has subsequently happened. And I gave him a blow-by-blow account. He obviously was extremely worried by this. And I said, I can assure you that so long as I'm in charge here, I will do nothing behind your back on these oil negotiations or anything else. Well, that was that. I, of course, kept this secret, didn't tell anybody, but the news got out very quickly, and a few days later I was at a party where I met a French lady, Madame Fernand Fourougui, the wife of Masoud Fouroui, who was then private secretary to Princess Sham. And she attacked me and said, what's all this nonsense, the way you're treating the Shah, and so on. I said, what's to do with you? I mean, what do you know about it? Well, she knew all about it. Good. And a few days later, the Belgian minister came to see me and said, I hear that you're having a stand-up battle with the Shah. He's refusing to see you, and so on. I said, he's not refused to see me. I haven't asked. I'm the chargé d'affaires. I have no access to the Shah as such. Anyway, the news got round. And then one day, I suppose it must have been about the 5th or 6th of January, the American ambassador phoned me up and said, come round and have a drink. And I went round, have a drink, and he said, I've just seen the Shah, he's back from Ramsar, and he's absolutely furious with you. And he said, with me too, because he thinks I put you up to it, which was quite untrue. Henderson had done nothing, but Henderson was very good. He said, well, don't worry, it'll don't do any harm in the long run. Well, that was that. Well, I discovered later, I mean, I knew very little about Perron other than he was, firmly knew he'd been a sort of liaison with the, between the embassies, not only the British embassy and the Shah. And on Bahram Shahrukh, I didn't discover till some time later that he had been a German agent broadcasting from Radio Berlin, and then he had come over to the British and become a double agent and was working for both the British and the Shah was so angry with them for messing up this approach that he kicked Perron out of the palace where he was living. And if you ever read Queen Soraya's memoir, she talks about Perron as being the most sinister man in the court and so on. Well, he was kicked out of the palace and I believe tried to commit suicide, but at any rate, he went to live with Princess Shams and Mr. Palbod because he was a Roman Catholic, and as you know, Princess Shams was Roman Catholic, and he lived there until he died, I think. Shahrukh was exiled to Kermanshah, I think, but he came round to see me before that, almost in tears, and said, look, we've got into terrible trouble with the Shah for this, and I've been exiled, and it's not my fault. He said, I'm a good friend of the British. Look, I have a letter from Mr. Geoffrey Keating of BP or Anglo-Iranian, and also from Mr. Archie Chisholm of BP, they're good friends of mine. I went to prison under Mossadegh. I said, I don't care damn. I said, I'm not going to deal with intermediaries, and as far as I'm concerned, I don't have anything more to do with him. And that's the last time I saw him until I went back to Iran as ambassador when he turned up. Anyway, the Shah was very angry with me, and there was a celebration of his third anniversary of his marriage to to Soraya, I think in February the 5th or 6th, somewhere around about then. And I was there with all the diplomatic corps. Now the ambassador designate to London was Ali Zuhaili, who had been there before as ambassador and been prime minister at one time in the war. He knew all about this row, and he got hold of me that day and said, look, I'm going to make the Shah talk to you today. Are you hanged by me? So at this great glittering reception in the Marble Palace, diplomats all lined up, and the Shah comes down the line with the Shah Banu. Oh, she wasn't called Shah Banu in those days. Queen Soraya. And when he got to me, he just shook me by the hand and didn't say a word. He went straight on. Then Soraya came down, and the Shah, she called me up, and we had a few words. And then Zuhaili beckoned me, and we went into the next room for a buffet dinner. And Zuhaili went up to the Shah and got involved in, obviously, quite a tough argument with him. And he told me later it was all about, he's saying, you've got to talk to Denis Wright. And the Shah said, why the hell should I? There's an ambassador coming next week and something, I'm not going to talk to him. Well, Zuhaili was a tough character. And after a pretty long argument, he called me up and I was introduced to the Shah. And then we got on. I said to the Shah, I'm sorry if any misunderstanding. He just ignored what I said. And he went on talking about his plans for reform and so on. He said some people call me a socialist and all the rest of it, but I can't remember. I didn't record the conversation in detail. But anyway, he wouldn't stop talking. And in the end, of course, all the diplomatic corps, they knew I was in the center of this row with the Shah. They were all watching. And suddenly the Queen Soraya came up and said to the Shah, look, we want to start dancing, come on. So she pulled him away. And that was that. And after that, I had no serious troubles with the Shah. I mean, I think in some ways it did me a lot of good, because I think he knew after that I wasn't going to stand any nonsense from him. So that was a curious incident right at the beginning of my career, which in fact I think probably helped me in my later relationships with the Shah.
Do you remember your first impressions of that? That was the first time you ever saw the Shah.
Yeah.
And you must have had certain images of him. Was it the images and...
Well, it's difficult to recollect now, but yeah. He struck me as a serious man. I mean, that talk we had standing up at the buffet dinner table was a serious one, and he was talking about his plans for the country, and obviously seemed to be rather visionary of him.
So what what was the next event that...
Well, of course, all through that summer there was...
when did the ambassador come?
He came a week later, about the 17th or something. Sir Roger Stevens.
Stevens.
Yes. Harrison succeeded me as... he succeeded Stevens, and I went after Harrison.
Right.
But Sir Roger Stevens, who was an old friend of mine, came. Now, he came by chance, because the original idea had been that a man called Robin Hankey, the present Lord Hankey, who had been in Iran as a first secretary at one period of the war, got on very well with the Shah. I used to play tennis with him. And at some stage, while there was a break in diplomatic relations, the Shah said to Escher, the Swiss minister, that he would like to see someone like Hankey back. So Hankey was earmarked to come to Tehran as ambassador as soon as I got going. But then after the news that they didn't want anybody who had ever served in Iran before, they decided to drop Hankey. And Roger Stevens, who was ambassador in Sweden, was told to get ready to come. And Hankey went to Sweden as ambassador, and Stevens, very reluctantly, he didn't want to come, he liked Sweden. But he very quickly got very fond of Iran and was, I think, a very good ambassador. And because he had no commitments to Iran and so on, he listened very much to the views I gave him and that Fernley gave him about cutting out intermediaries and the professional Anglophils and trying to get onto a new basis with the Shah. And I think we did succeed. I mean, not entirely, because the Shah couldn't resist using one or other of his intimates as an intermediary, and of course he was too busy to see us all the time. But in his book, Mission for My Country, he does say there that after 1954, the British attitude towards Iran was impeccable. I've forgotten it. I mean, you can find it in Mission for My Country. But for time, I think we did convince the Shah that we were not stirring up trouble, although, as you know all too well, I mean, time and again it's come out since then, and that the Shah was always very suspicious of the British, and always saw our hand as, when I was ambassador, behind things which, whether it was Kurdish troubles or Bakhtiar, who had been head of SAVAK, I thought we were supporting him, all those sort of things. I mean, they came out time and again during my stay as ambassador in Iran.
So what is the next thing that you remember after
well,
initial first days?
I mean, I've forgotten the details of the oil negotiations. I was involved with them, but I wasn't ambassador and so on. So I think that the next thing is probably the coming into the Baghdad Pact in 55, because in July 1955, Roger Stevens went back to England on leave, and I was left in charge. And the Shah, after the oil settlement had been reached in August 1954, showed increasing interest in defense arrangements. And as we, the British, saw it, his interest was primarily to bolster his own position at home. He wanted a strong army and so on. And he was making suggestions that he should join the pact already in existence between Turkey and Pakistan. And I don't know whether Iraq was in it then. It was the beginnings of the Baghdad Pact. And was asking us for assistance. He looked to Americans for the most of his army, but he wanted us to act as intermediaries with the Americans, and so that he could come into the pact. And the British line was that we were very happy to see him in the pact, but we thought it would be the question of timing was all important. And we didn't perhaps say this to the Shah, but our judgment was based on the fact that the economic situation in Iran was very precarious, and we also were worried that if he were to take some precipitate step to come into a pact with Pakistan and Turkey, he would cause political difficulties for himself and increase the instability of the country, because at that time the country was in a very brittle state. So we were not at all encouraging about him coming in. Well, after Roger Stevens went home on leave, I was twice summoned to the palace up at Sadabad in the hills by the Shah, and found that the American ambassador and the newly arrived Seven Chapin had also been summoned, and the Shah tackled us about coming into a pact and what would we do to induce him. He wanted territorial guarantees, he wanted supplies of arms. So the line I took on instructions from London was, you must make up your own mind, and we're not prepared to give you any inducements to come in. We would like to see you in a pact, but your timing must be entirely yours. And he didn't like this. Chapin took, I think, I can't remember correctly, very much the same line, although earlier the Americans had put pressure on the Shah to come into what was then the incipient Baghdad Pact. But I think they came round to our view that the internal situation was such that it was unwise to force the pace. And so by the time July I was seeing the Shah with Chapin, he was really taking the same line as myself, that would welcome the Shah in a pact, but the timing was up to him and we give no guarantees. Well, in September of that year, the Turks, President Jalal Bayar and his foreign minister Zorlu came to Iran on a state visit. The Turks had told us in Ankara before they left that they wouldn't put any pressure on the Shah to come into any pact. But in fact, they put great pressure on him when they came. And Zorlu, the foreign minister, summoned me to the Turkish embassy to say, look, the Shah would come into the pact immediately if the British would only change their line. And I said, well, my impression is that it would be a very unpopular move. There's nobody in Iran that I know of, except Mr. Ali Amini, who was then, I think, Minister of Justice. I said, apart from that, I know nobody who is interested who wants to come into the pact. And he said, well, my ambassador tells me that the whole of public opinion is in favor of coming into the pact. I said, this is quite untrue. He said, well, will I telegraph to London? Macmillan was then Foreign Secretary, and have your instructions changed? So I said, okay, I'll do this, but I don't think there'll be any change, because I'm not going to recommend it. And I telegraphed in Turkish views and was told to stick to the British line. And I think the same thing went for the Americans, I don't know. I might add at this stage that Entezam, who was still foreign minister, was obviously very unhappy with this pressure by the Shah to come into the pact. And he had been in San Francisco since the early summer for what would be the 10th anniversary of the San Francisco United Nations Charter. Let's see, it was 1940, yes, it had been the 10th anniversary. And he kept out of Tehran, he just wouldn't come back to Iran. And I got asked by the Shah, where is Mr. Entezam, you see? And I think Entezam, a dervish, he used to play this game. And eventually the Shah sent instructions he was to come back for the Turkish visit. So he came back about 3 days before the Turkish visit, having been absent for 2 or 3 months. And at a dinner at the Gulistan Palace for the Turks, Ali Amini got hold of me and brought a reluctant Entezam into the conversation to say that, try and get me to say that the Iranians must come into the pact, and I took the same line. Well, Ali Amini was obviously very enthusiastic about this. Why, I don't know. I suspect that he knew the Shah wanted this, and perhaps it was his step to keep coming Prime Minister, I don't know. Anyway, he arranged next day for me to see Entezam at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with himself, and I had an hour and a half talk there on this whole subject. Entezam making it quite clear that he shared the British view that the situation was too delicate in Iran to force the pace.
Could you describe this as an internal situation that you referred to?
Well, only that economically Iran had lost the oil revenue. The consortium didn't get going again until 1955, you see, I mean, there was hardly any revenue coming in at all. So the situation was not an easy one. There had been a military governor of it was Bakhtiar, Timur Bakhtiar, and there had been sort of fairly strict controls, and the whole country was in a economically, what do you say, fragile position. I can't remember the details. And there was no sign of any enthusiasm of coming into any Western-sponsored pact or anything. Anyway,
how would you gauge the signs in those days? How would you gauge the signs of public support for something of this sort?
Well, by one's few friends. I mean, we had in those days we had the remnants of the old Oriental Secretariat. We built up our staff, and Fernley, who taught good Persian, had moved over to the Oriental Secretariat, and he had a member of his staff, an Iranian, who was Sajadi, Tamadun ul-Mulk, he was known as, who was, I suppose, in touch with a number of Iranians who reflected views, and it was through him, I suppose, we got a lot of, he was a friend of Zaid Zia, he was a friend of people like Arab Shaban, you might say the old school of liberals. Shall we switch off a minute? Yeah. Well,
describing how you were able to sort of assess public opinion.
Well, insofar as one had Fernley talked quite good Persian. He had friends among Persians. We had this man, Sajadi, who was in touch with a pretty wide circle of friends. Sada Fakir, who was president of the Majlis. I don't know where he was then, but that sort of group. What do you call these anjumans? What do you call the
Dure?
Dure. We had his dures, yes, dures. And I suppose that was our main gauge of, because I didn't talk any Persian, and those days we were very restricted on travel around. I mean, no member of the embassy went traveling around the country until, I think, May 55. I did my first tour around the country. I went down to Shiraz and Bushir. I don't think I went to Bandar Abbas. Yes, I went round the country with the information officer, who was a man called Burrows, the press and what you call press attaché. I mean, he wasn't an intelligence officer or anything. And we travelled right through Shiraz, Zahidan, and then up to Mashhad, and back, I think, through Shahrud to Tehran. And there one got some sort of feel of talking to people. I say I had done English, but there were a lot of English speakers around. And one of the conclusions of that visit was that I strongly recommended to the ambassador that we should not attempt to reopen consulates around the country, because all the consulates have been closed by Mossadegh, and the Iranian press is then as now is full of rumours, and the rumours they had when I was going around this time was that I was going around with a view to preparing for the reopening of British consulates all over the country. And in fact, it was rather reverse. I came back and strongly recommended that because of Iranian suspicions going back to 19th century of what consuls were up to in their country, particularly in World War I and World War II, when they got involved with the tribes and so on, that we should not open any consulates unless there were large British communities, which there weren't. Except at Khorramshahr, where I said I thought we should have someone because of the oil business, and it's very important to keep our finger on the pulse of what opinion was down in Khuzestan in particular. And that recommendation was accepted, and we never did open any consulates in Iran after the break, except in Khorramshahr and, of course, Tehran. Anyway, that was a journey I did around Iran. It was a very bleak picture one saw. There were sort of military controls at every town one entered. And the primitive conditions up in Azerbaijan and so on were remarkable. I don't think I've got any more to say on that.
Well, you were just describing the meeting that you had with Amini and Intizam regarding the Baghdad Pact when I interrupted you and asked you about internal situation. Now, could you take us from there?
Yes, well, what happened then was that the Shah decided under Turkish pressure to come into the pact. The Turks, I think, they must have said, well, you come in, the Americans will cough up, the British will cough up, and all of this, which is exactly what happened in the end. So the Shah took the plunge, announced it later in October. I by then had left. I'd been transferred back to London, that he was coming into joining the pact. And the British issued some statement showing their interest in the territorial integrity of Iran. They didn't guarantee it, but and the Americans came out with some sort of a statement too in support. So he got into what became the Baghdad Pact. And I left Iran then, and had died by then, and was, I think, the 6th of October, 1955, and I was sent back to London on promotion to be an undersecretary in charge of economic affairs. And as such, I didn't have very much to do with Iran, except on economic affairs and the Baghdad Pact Economic Committee and so on. But in January or February 1959, I got involved again in Baghdad Pact matters, almost by accident. I'll just look up the dates. Perhaps you could switch off for a minute while I just get the exact.
Yes. What was the date that you...
Yeah, at the end of January 1959, I had gone to Karachi as leader of the British economic delegation at the Baghdad Pact meeting. And then after that, I was to spend a week on leave in Tehran. I was going to stay in Tehran and then go down to Isfahan. And in Karachi, Dr. Iqbal, who was Prime Minister, and General Arfa, who was the Iranian ambassador in Ankara, and I think also credited to Pakistan, or he may have not, but he was there. Both of them got hold of me and expressed great worries about the Shah's attitude to what was the possible bilateral pact with the Americans, and said that they understood the British had let it be known they were opposed to Iran signing up any agreement with the Americans. I don't know the details, I can't remember the details, but they were obviously very worried about the Shah's general policies and so on, and tried to get me involved. And I did a long minute for the British minister who came out for the main political meeting of the pact, who was Duncan Sands, who was Minister of Defence. I haven't seen that minute since, and I've forgotten exactly what I said, but I voiced these doubts of the Iqbal and Arthur, both of whom I knew from my early existence in Iran. And I'm just trying to recollect. They also told me that somebody at the British Embassy in Tehran had apparently let it be known that we were opposed to this pact. And I think they mentioned it was a councillor, a man called John Russell, who died quite recently, about a month ago. At any rate, I reported all this to Duncan Sands and then went to Tehran for what was to be a holiday. I had no intention of seeing the Shah or anybody. Well, at dinner that night at the British Embassy, I was staying with Russell, not with the ambassador, and who newly arrived, Harrison, who had been there since November. There was Hussein Allah, who was Minister of Court. Now, we knew from very secret sources, I don't know what they were, but they were so good, that a Russian delegation had arrived in Tehran that day to negotiate a non-aggression pact with the Shah. And this tied up with what Iqbal and Arthur were saying to me in Karachi 2 to 3 days previously, although I didn't know this then. At dinner that night, Hussein Allah didn't tell us that the Russians were there, but he said, "You must go and see the Shah," to me. I said, "I haven't got clothes, I haven't come here on any official business," but I said, "I'll go and sign the book tomorrow morning." Well, the next day I went to sign the book, and...
What does that mean?
What?
What does that mean to sign
the book? The Shah had a book for visitors, you know, it was just to act a courtesy. I went to sign the book at the palace, and the chef de protocol, who was Mohsen Garagozlu, a brother-in-law of Alam, took me to his room after I'd signed the book to have a cup of tea or coffee, and Allah got through on the telephone from his office and said, "I've arranged for you to see the Shah tomorrow morning," or whatever day it was. And he never called me by my first name before. It was always Mr. Wright. But this time he said, "My dear Denis, you must talk to the Shah very frankly." Well, I knew what he meant because we knew from secret sources. Well, at lunch that day, I wasn't at present, but Harrison was at lunch and met Allah, who told Harrison, "Look, the Russians are here negotiating with the Shah." Which was quite a courageous thing to do. I mean, he was giving away a secret, really. We telegraphed to London that I was seeing the Shah and got what they want me to say. So I got long instructions that I was to do everything possible to stop him signing a non-aggression pact with the Russians. So I went in to see the Shah the next day, and I had an hour and a half with him. The conversation was eventually interrupted by, I remember, one of the courtiers, I think Mohsen Garagozlu, coming in and telling him that Pakistan ambassador was waiting outside for the last half hour and all that sort of thing. Anyway, we had a ding-dong battle because the Shah very quickly told me that he was fed up with his allies and the Baghdad Pact, and he wasn't getting the equipment he deserved, that the Turks and even the Afghans who weren't in the pact were doing much better, and that he was fed up and was therefore going to do a deal with the Russians. And so I argued that if he did that, it first of all be the end of the Baghdad Pact, and I said ultimately it would be the end of your majesty. I mean, the Russians don't like kings, and they're weak. And he said, "You treat me like a kept woman." I remember I said to him, "Well, your majesty, kept women, if they behave themselves, earn fur coats sometimes." Anyway, we battled away. Well, that must have been a Thursday. On a Friday I went skiing. On Saturday I went to call on Sayyid Zia Tabatabai. The reason being that when I had left Tehran, he had given my wife a number of his white rabbit skins. He used to breed rabbits, and he gave her a number, and we had a little cake made, and I wanted to give him a little present in return. I gave him a simple piece of Wedgwood pottery or something. Because although Zia was regarded as a sort of British stooge, as far as I know, certainly as far as I was concerned, he was never used in any way as a British agent in any form, or he was too independent-minded. And when I went to have tea with him this day, he said, "I hear you've been to see the Shah, and he's not going to sign with the Russians." I was actually astounded that he knew. And what I didn't know at the time, but I should have done, I suppose, that he used to see the Shah every Saturday morning. And he had been to see the Shah that morning, and the Shah had... Well, what came out later was that Sayyid Zia was the third man in all this thing, and he was acting as an intermediary, whether on his own volition or on behalf of the Russians or on behalf of the Shah. I suspect on behalf of the Shah. But when the Shah came to London on his state visit in May of 1959, I think it was May, Macmillan was then Prime Minister, he told both Macmillan and Hekmat, who was the foreign minister, Ashgar Hekmat, told Selwyn Lloyd, as foreign minister, that until I arrived and spoke to the Shah, he believed that the British were in favour of this Baghdad pact, pact with the Russians, and that it was because of this he was going ahead. In fact, he put all the blame on Said Zia and misinterpreting the British. Well, all I know is that Said Zia was never in touch with the British embassy at all. It was only by chance that after I left, after my conversation with him, and then after we left, I think the British ambassador discovered that Said Zia was the intermediary. But a very interesting little episode, and the Shah had, in my judgment, it's never absolutely certain that he took the initiative in getting in touch with the Russians, that when he was caught, as it were, he lied completely and put all the blame on Said Zia and misunderstanding what the British were after. And he would have signed with the Russians, according to what Said Zia said, if the Russians hadn't hesitated over abrogating Articles 5 and 6 of the 1921 Russian-Persian Treaty, which gave the Russians certain right to intervene in Persia if Persia was used as a base for anti-Russian activities. And the Russians hesitated about cancelling those articles. And it was that held it up. And eventually, when the Russians agreed to withdraw these articles, it was too late, because the pressure, there'd been my thing, then Duncan Sands came, President of Turkey came, Eisenhower said that, tremendous pressure on the Shah, and he withdrew. And of course, he got into great trouble with the Russians. Switch off and have a rest.
Now, before we move to the next period of your contact with Iranian affairs, I wanted to go back to the period that you already discussed. And if we could begin with the negotiations which ended up in the oil settlement, and if you could sort of describe the various roles that various Iranian individuals played, the Shah, the General Zahedi, the Foreign Minister, and Dr. Amini, who from the Iranian point of view seems to have been the key man, or was he really the key man?
No doubt at all that Amini was a key figure on this. And his team, I've forgotten the full composition, but he had as his sort of legal advisor and interpreter Fuad Rouhani, who became first Director General of OPEC. Was it Nasrullah Nafisi? I've forgotten his first name, but he was one of the Bayat of the head of the National Iranian Oil Company. But the really effective person was Amini, who conducted very brilliant negotiations. And Entezam didn't take part in them, but there was always he was a close friend of Ali Amini's, and it was always there. If we got into trouble, one could go to him and tell him things were going. But of course, the oil negotiations were essentially between the oil companies and the Iranians, and the British embassy, American embassy, did not sit at the table. The only negotiations we were involved in were the compensation negotiations for BP, and that Roger Stevens led the British delegation. I was a member of that delegation, and we were negotiating with Amini there too. But I've forgotten the details. At any rate, I wasn't so directly involved because it was the ambassador who was doing it, and I was more or less running the embassy. And the key figure on the consortium side was, first leader had been a man called Harden. I've forgotten which oil company and then came Howard Page, who was a very effective negotiator, and BP sent a man called Snow, who kept pretty quiet, because BP were, after all, the people who had been nationalized, until towards the end, when he became a very respected figure among the Iranians, and who he played a very useful role. But the most effective of all the negotiators was the shell man, John Loudon, a Dutchman, who had a very cosmopolitan, smooth sort of manner, and he got on socially with the Iranians better than the rather rougher oil men from England and America, and he was very effective. And a slight gloss on all this was that some years later, when I was ambassador in Iran, Loudon was retiring from being chairman of Shell, and came out to Tehran and the Middle East on a farewell visit, and he was staying with me, and although he was a Dutchman, he didn't know the Dutch ambassador, and I asked him what sort of dinner or reception he'd like me to give me, and he said he'd like to meet all the key negotiators of the 54 agreement, and there were three of them. There was Ali Amini, Fuad Rouhani, and Entezam. All of them were in trouble with the Shah in one greater or less degree. And I knew that if I had them to dinner and the Shah heard about it, I should be in trouble. So, knowing the Shah's intensely suspicious mind, I decided I would have them to dinner, but I would send him a message. So I sent him a message through Minister of Court, Alam, to say that I was having these gentlemen to dinner, but there was no conspiracy by the British ambassador. We were doing it for, and all was well. Unlike my American colleague Armin Mayer, who sometime about then had Ali Amini to dinner without telling the Shah, and he was in the doghouse with the Shah for quite a long time afterwards, having Shah.
I heard this recently from Ted Elliott, who at that time was in the State Department, and I was quite amazed that the Shah was able to threaten the U.S. ambassador by telling him that he's going to ask for him to be sent home if he continued to behave that way. And for an Iranian, it is still very hard to accept that the Shah had this kind of power.
Oh no,
over ambassadors.
Well, in one way, I may have saved the American ambassador from being kicked out at one time, because it was in 1966 or 67. I mean, we're jumping ahead now. But one day, the foreign minister, Aram, telephoned me. And I was up at Gulhek, it was the summer, and he said, would I go down and see him urgently at his office? And I went down from Gulhek. And he said, look, I'm in terrible trouble. The American ambassador has been round to talk to me about the Shah dealing with the Russians on arms. And he's been using such language that if I tell the Shah, he will ask for his immediate expulsion. And he said, I don't know what to do about it. He said, I'm a servant of the Shah. Armin Mayer has told me that the Shah would be all chewed up, he used the word, if he goes on and does this deal with the Russians. I said, look, you can't. I said, let's get Armin Mayer to apologize to you and ask you to forget about it. And he said, well, if he would do that and come round and see me, he said, I would say nothing about it. So I phoned up Armin Mayer and said, look, I must see you. Armin Mayer was very jealous of me. You know, he was a small-minded man. And I phoned him up, so I want to see you very urgently. I went round, he reluctantly saw me. He was dressing to go out to dinner. I saw him in his pajamas, or not in his dressing gown. He'd come out of a bath or something. And I told him this. I said, look, I'm doing this as just a friend of America. I said, you are in serious trouble. I know the Iranians, I know the Shah, and if you don't do something very quick, you're in serious trouble. And he did go around to see Alam and withdrew what he said, and that was that. But you know, I had the same problem with my own counselor, Horace Phillips, in 1964, when October, Ali Mansour was Prime Minister, and the Shah had assured the American ambassador that a bill giving certain immunities to American forces in Iran would go through at the same time as the new Vienna Convention on diplomatic privileges would go through. Well, Ali Mansour was rather new to the game. He hadn't been properly briefed, perhaps. There was a strong anti-American feeling at the time, and 70-odd deputies either abstained or, in a few cases, actually voted against giving any immunities to Americans. Well, Shah was furious and blamed Ali Mansour. And for about 3 days, all the heat was on Ali Mansour. Then I got a telephone call from Aram, the foreign minister, and also from Alam, who was not Minister of Court then. He was, I think he was Vice Chancellor of Shiraz University, and was just about to go off that day to America on a trip. And they both telephoned me within a quarter of an hour each other and said they wished to see me immediately. Aram was in bed with flu, and Alam was at his house. So I said, all right, I told one or the other, I said, look, I'll come and see you, and I'll go straight on to see Mr. Alam, or vice versa. Well, they both had the same thing. Look, somebody has convinced the Shah that it's the British who are behind this anti-American vote. The Shah thinks it's you personally, me, and he's worked out that all the 70 deputies are close to the British Embassy, and you must act very quickly to disabuse him of this. So I said, well, I shall see the Shah tomorrow night at the his brother is marrying Dr. Ekbal's daughter, and there'll be a big party at the officers' club, and the Shah is bound to talk to me as he always. Well, I went to this party, and the Shah ignored me entirely. Absolutely ignored me. So by then, Alam had gone to America, but Aram was still about, still in bed. I went back to see him, and I said, look. He said, well, you must act immediately. And so I phoned up the Minister of Court, who was Hojna Hai, and said I wish to see the Shah immediately. So I got an audience straight away, and went round. It was at the Marble Palace. He was still working downtown. And I, after usual sort of exchange of pleasantries, I said, I understand Your Majesty thinks I'm intriguing against your present government. Can you tell me why I should be doing this? I looked him straight in the face, you see, and he wouldn't look me in the face. He just said, I accept your word. So I went on and said, well, you may remember, Your Majesty, when I arrived in Tehran as ambassador, you told me you wished me to see your Prime Minister regularly. I said this was Mr. Alam, and I said you were kind enough to say I could ride your horses at Fahrabad, and as you know, every Friday my wife and I go riding there, and usually with Mr. Alam. And when he ceased to be Prime Minister, because he's a friend of mine, I decided to keep on doing this, and I told your new Prime Minister, Mr. Ali Mansour, that I would do this, and he wasn't to think there was anything against him. And I said, what more could I do? And he just dropped it like a hot cake. But what I heard afterwards from Aram was that he had said that Horace Phillips, my councillor, was to be expelled because apparently someone had gone to him and said that Phillips had said something which implied the British were behind this. Of course, absolutely untrue. But that was the sort of thing one was up against, and his enormous vindictiveness and power to... I don't think I ever got into trouble with him. So I did, once I got, just before I left Tehran, when we were having trouble about the islands, somebody came to see me, and the Shah had told him that I was, it was a Shahpur reporter came to see me and said the Shah told him that I was conceited, etc. I've got a number of things, and I wrote Telegraph London. I said, if this is true, it's obviously I've ceased to be of any value. So I went to Alam and said, look, I've heard this. Will you check up with the Shah? And what's he worried about? I think I said that over the islands, if the Iranians seized the islands while the British were still protecting them, it would mean we would be at war, because I said we are bound to react. Anyway, Alam said, oh, the Shah was just joking, and that was that, so I never heard any more. So on the whole, I had no troubles with the Shah, and I think it probably because going right back to that first incident I recounted, he was always a little bit frightened of me. I don't know, that's what I've been told by others.
Again, going back to that early period where you were in Iran, I wonder if you could give me your sort of assessment of the various sort of people who were in positions of power at that time, perhaps beginning with General Zahedi. What did you think of him as a person or as a prime minister? And maybe a couple.
Well, it's awfully difficult to remember, but I think we regarded him as a strong man, we regarded him as a corrupt man, we regarded him as a womanizer like his son. We hadn't got any, but we were mainly concerned to have a strong military hand there. From that point of view, from British point of view, he seemed to us to be the best bet for Iran. And when people used to come round, as you know, Iranians always come round and complain and they would tell us how corrupt he was and all the rest of it. We said, okay, but he's a strong man and you haven't had a strong prime minister for a long time. So that was, I think, our assessment of him.
Now, when he was changed and replaced by Mr.
Allah.
Were you still?
Yes, I was still there,
at that time?
Yes.
Now, you seem to indicate that the only sort of signal that the Shah felt he needed to get was the lack of mention of Zahedi's name when he was in London. Was that really the extent of it? Did he check with you or any of your people or give any forewarning that he was about to do this?
No, he just, I say, when he went round America and England in whatever it was, May or 55, because nothing was said to him in praise or anything of Zahedi, he said, okay, I can get rid of him. So he acted. As best to my knowledge, he never asked us about Hussein Allah as a possible prime minister. At those days, I have the greatest affection and love for Hussein Allah, but I don't think we thought much of him in those days, certainly not as a strong prime minister. And I think he was a sick man too then. He was had an operation, come back from Europe, and it was indicative the Shah meant to run the country himself.
So this will come as a surprise to any Iranians who will listen to these tapes in the future, because they would assume that at least that stage the Shah would not make such a major move without getting the assent of...
No, I'm reasonably certain, because Roger Stevens kept me informed, and I saw all the papers. I mean, I don't think there was any question. And I say we were not in favor of Allah as a prime minister at that time. What we did, and I think Stevens did make the point, when Allah appointed Hamzavi to be his... Hamzavi is always regarded as a British agent and so on. And he was close to the British, but when he made him his sort of called deputy prime minister, I mean, Roger Stevens did say to Allah, who told Hamzavi, who complained to me, so, why do you have such buffoons like Hamzavi in your government, you see? But that was about all I could say in terms of any British interference. And of my own case, when I was chargé d'affaires, in the summer of 1955, Ibtihaj was the head of the plan organization, and there were signs before I left Tehran that the Shah was thinking of getting rid of him. And I, without any instructions from London, I took the line when I saw the Shah of saying something in favor of Ibtihaj, because we, at that time, certainly thought Ibtihaj was a driving force. We regarded him as an honest chap, and although he'd quarreled with the British Bank of the Middle East or whatever, the Imperial Bank and so on, that didn't rankle with us in the embassy. We regarded him as a good man who was highly thought of by the World Bank and so on. And I did say something to the Shah to let him know that we thought it would be a great pity if he were to be removed from the plan organization, because you remember there was tremendous attacks on him from all. But I'm pretty certain that apart from that mentioning Ibtihaj and Hamzavi, we kept absolutely clean on talking about personalities.
What was your assessment of Enderson as foreign minister?
Well, we had a very high regard for him because he was so patently honest man. He handled the early stages of the oil negotiations with me and then with Roger Stevens brilliantly, I think. He was unflappable and, I say, basically so patently honest. We had a very high opinion of him.
While you were there was at least one election to the Majlis. Did you have any sort of interest or role or any kind of...
None whatsoever.
...dealing in the elections?
None whatsoever. And we got, just after I arrived there, an anonymous letter. I discovered who it's from later, a man called Ghaffari, who urged the British to intervene, you see, in the elections because it was going to be packed by American candidates. And this came to me through Masood Furughi. And I went to Masood Furughi and said to him, this sort of thing, if we get these letters, I said, anybody who sends me this is an enemy of my country and of America, and we are standing firm. And I gave a press conference about that time. I haven't got a clipping of it, but I did give it, where I made it quite clear people who were trying to split us and the Americans were not going to win. Here it is. This is said to me it's not worth reading out the whole thing, but this arrived with a letter in French from Masood Furughi, quoting this memorandum from a well-wisher, a good friend of the British, and so on. There are well-informed politicians who dare proclaim that the American policy is responsible for this undue haste in the elections and that they want to acquire a majority in the Parliament. It must be added that the government is openly opposing the candidature of persons whom they suppose are pro-British, and so on and so forth. And I'm urged to intervene, you see. The elections had to be postponed for at least 3 or 4 months, giving the British Embassy enough time of giving assurances of their good faith, etc. And once the American money grant is eaten up, Washington should, through the British insinuation, encourage the government to sell its 2 million tons of oil, etc. And so it goes on. But in other words, this was the sort of thing, the anti-American element in this, asking us to intervene in the elections. And we absolutely set our face against any sort of intervention in these elections, and I know that Roger Stevens took exactly the same line. People used to come to us, asked to be made deputies for this or that, and we gave them short shrift. We said, this is not our business. And that went on all my time as ambassador, and I certainly went under my predecessor, Harrison, too.
Mm-hmm. So whatever interference there may have been during the 1940s did not continue.
No, I think not. You see, when we went back in 1953, we decided that there had got to be an absolute break. I mean, and
maybe we may have missed the last 2 sentences.
Roger Stevens and I took exactly the same line, that we were not going to interfere, and I'm reasonably certain that Geoffrey Harrison took the same line, and certainly when I went back to Tehran in 63 as ambassador, took the same line. And I've not seen anywhere any suggestion that the British either secretly or less secretly got involved in any way in trying to influence the elections, or the time when the Shah should have an election. I mean,
but did you have any concern about the way the Shah was? I suppose maybe this should be asked later, but at least at that time, the way he was beginning to concentrate power in his own hands, did you have any sort of a concern that this may have some negative repercussions? Or
I don't think we did in that first period, 53, 55. What we were worried about, we had very little faith in the Shah's character. And therefore, we didn't have much faith in his judgment or his collection of people he surrounded himself with. What we always looked for was hopeful that you would get some strong man as Prime Minister, but Shah would never tolerate it. But I know in Roger Stevens's very last dispatch from when he left, whenever he left, must have been 58, I think it was, his line was that the British should have the minimum to do with the Shah and the royal families. He had very low opinion of him. And certainly when I went back to Tehran in 1963, my first dispatch, I can quote from it if you like, was, as long as the Shah is here, there's no good coming to this country. I revised my ideas later as the Shah seemed to take hold of it, but in those first few months I was in Tehran in 1963, I had a very poor view of the Shah and thought no good would come, and I've got it here, I could actually quote. Yes, this is a dispatch I sent on June 1963, what one calls one's first impressions. And I quote now, "I do not believe for one moment that the weakness of character and judgment that the Shah has shown in the past have been exorcised, though he gives an impression of maturity and better understanding of international problems. The country is waiting for leadership, which somehow, despite all the brave words, the Shah never quite provides. So long as the army and security forces remain loyal, brackets, and without them the Shah is doomed, close brackets, and allowed no alternative leader, no Mossadegh, to emerge, the country will probably tag along for some time behind the only leader they have. But unless some progress is made to satisfy the material hopes raised by the reform program, there will eventually be trouble." Now that was 63. And it reflected Roger Stevens's view too. I think that Harrison, before he left, just before I arrived, saw a slight glimmer of hope in the Shah. He thought he was getting down to reform and so on. And when I left the country, I'd come down to the same conclusion, that the Shah was providing a sort of leadership which one hadn't suspected before.
How about Sayyid Zia? What did you sort of how did you assess him as a person, as a leader, as a statesman?
Well, there were I sort of regard him as just an interesting, picturesque eccentric living in the country, farming, a modern Cincinnatus, you might say. There had been talk at the time of the Mossadegh troubles, before I was involved in Persia, of he being a possible suitable prime minister. I would never have subscribed to that, I don't think, because he was too much of a dilettante, a dreamer, and so on. And although he was very close to John Fernley, my number two, and to Sajadi, the man I mentioned who was in the embassy, whether it was me or Roger Stevens or Harrison, never took him seriously as a coming political figure.
Well, perhaps now we can go to your return to Iran.
Well, I must make one little incident on my last in Tehran, because it's worth putting down, I think. I was recalled to London on promotion to be an undersecretary to be back in London by October 1955. When the Shah heard I was going, he decided he'd give a dinner in honor of my wife and myself, a farewell dinner. And this took place in September, I think the 17th of September 1955 at Sadabad. Queen Soraya was abroad then, he was on his own, and he apparently he was rehearsing. It's very interesting that a man called Shahpur Reporter was involved close to the Shah then, and we heard through Shahpur Reporter that there were going to be French wines at the dinner, and that the Shah was rehearsing a little speech he was going to give. Well, at this dinner, which took place in the tent, beautiful little tent up at Sadabad Palace, my wife and myself, two other members of the embassy staff, and there were on the Iranian side there was Asadullah Alam, there was General Temur Bakhtiar, the head of Sabak, there was General Nisari, the future head of Sabak, Nasiri, and there was another Bakhtiar who was a court chamberlain who was around the court for years. I've forgotten his name now, but he was a non-entity. And Shahpur reporter. I wasn't asked who should be at the dinner. It was the Shah. And the Shah made a nice little speech, thanking me for having got relations going and so on. Well, after dinner, it was a beautiful moonlight night. We sat in deck chairs, and he got Bakhtiar or one of them to take my wife and the other guests round some of the other palaces, the little palace that Reza Shah had. And I was left sitting with the Shah in the moonlight on his big dog. And I had instructions from the Foreign Office that if before I left Tehran I had opportunity, I should first of all complain about an order for telephone equipment which had been given to Siemens when it was almost in the bag for the British Post Office or one of the British firms, I forgot, and we'd sent out. But the Shah had suddenly switched. We always believed it because Nemazi, one of Nemazi's wives, was his mistress at the time, and you know. And I was to let it be known we regard this as really a bit of dirty work. And secondly, if I got an opportunity, I was to suggest that he should get a bit tougher with the mullahs. Well, I had the opportunity. The Shah was saying, relations are now on a very fine footing. We are back to as good a relationship we ever had. But the only trouble has been what the British press have been saying about the Baha'i troubles. You remember in that summer there was Baha'i trouble?
That they destroyed
the temple. General Batman Galich knocked down the temple. They had murdered Fuad Rouhani's brother. They had murdered Baha'is in Yaz and Kerman and so on. There have been some very nasty incidents. And there had been quite a British press criticism. Well, I knew from Alam that the Shah had been blackmailed by the clergy, by the Shia, particularly by Burujeli, I think. And Alam had showed me, in his house he had them, he's Minister of the Interior then, a picture of Suraya in a bikini. It appeared in some American paper, and also as an account in another time only that the Shah was alleged to be the father of a child by Mrs. Cabot Lodge, you see, and they had gone to Alam and said, look, we're going to publicize all this unless, and the price was, let us have a bash at the Baha'is. So, anyway, London knew all this, and they said if I got a chance I should say something to the Shah about being tougher. So I did. I said, my government, he said, this criticism about the Baha'i. I said, well, who's responsible? I said, it's the clergy who've done it. And I said, we would like to see you do what your father did and get much tougher with the mullahs and the ulama and so on. And he said, I'm not strong enough. So I've forgotten the words, but something like that. And then I complained to him about the Siemens thing. And he said, it obviously hit him hard. He said, strange. He said, they didn't say who. They told me the British wanted the Germans to get the orders. So I said, absolute nonsense. 2 days later, he sent Shahpur a reporter. Shah was using Shahpur, it wasn't the other way around, to see me. To say the Shah wished me to. He was very worried what I said about Siemens, and he was sorry about it. And he liked to think it was all over. And when I saw him next, could I just let him know that, that as far as I was concerned, he was nervous of British reaction, you see. So there was going to be a reception for the King of Saudi Arabia or something, and I said, yes, when I see the Shah there, I will say that little matter is finished. And when I bowed over his hand, I did. I mean, that was... But the interesting thing about this dinner was that when later I was ambassador in Iran, I was dean of diplomatic corps for 2 years, but the Shah would never dream then of giving a dinner for any ambassador, as far as I know, let alone a councillor, chargé d'affaires, which I was then, and going to a lot of trouble to make a little speech. But I just recount this as a curious little incident in my relations with the Shah.
You mentioned General Bakhtiar as being one of the dinner guests. Did you ever meet him or get to know him? Or
yes, I did know him well.
Impression of him?
He's a very handsome chap. I met him in London once because he had 2 children who were I think were down at Brighton or somewhere, staying with a family, and he asked whether we could look them up, and my mother lived near Brighton, so I went and saw these kids once, and he was grateful, and when he came to London, he came to see us at our flat in London, but I didn't know him well at all. But I can tell you a curious incident about, again, showing the Shah's extraordinary thing. Bakhtiar, after he got into trouble with the Shah, was exiled to Switzerland. And he tried very hard before I went as ambassador to Tehran to see me. And I was going over to Switzerland to do some skiing and get into practice again. And through his consul general, the Shah's consul, Sanandaji, who was then consul general, and wrote to me when he heard I'd been appointed ambassador to say he wanted to come over to London to see me. And I said, well, there's absolutely no point. I'm going to be in Geneva and I can see you then. So we had dinner with Sanandaji and his wife. And it was one long tirade against the Shah and his land reforms. I mean, if I had repeated that at the time, he would have been in prison or certainly lost his job. But I mean, he was absolute fanatic. And then he said, General Bakhtiar is here and wants to see you. I said, I am not prepared to see him. He said, well, you must see him. I said, I'm very sorry. Well, I was staying with an American friend who had been in London Embassy. And Sanandaji knew I was staying there. So next day, Bakhtiar telephoned me there and said he wished to see me. And I refused. I said, nothing doing. And I didn't see him, so that was that. Well, anyway, that's an aside. But later, when he was continued to be in disgrace, he turned up in Nice, where the British consul was an old friend of his, and called on the British consul unannounced. And the consul reported this to London and to Tehran. So as soon as I heard this, I've forgotten what year it was, but 65, 66. I said, we must tell the Shah, because once he hears of this or many others, we're in trouble. So I told the Shah, and I said that this chap turned up, unannounced, and had been given lunch by the British consul, and that was that. Well, about a year or more later, Alam got hold of me and said, there's very serious trouble for you. The Shah has information that the British are intriguing with Bakhtiar, and they're in touch with him through their consulates in Europe. So I said, I don't think this is true, but I'll check up. So we telegraphed to London, and I said, would they consult any of Bakhtiar's friends? I mentioned Professor Lampton in particular, because she was a great admirer of Bakhtiar. And the answer came back, no, nobody has seen him at all. The only one was this meeting in Nice. So I went back to Alam and said, no, but you may remember on such and such a date I told the Shah about a meeting between Bakhtiar and Archon. Have you any other evidence? And the Shah had to admit he got no other evidence. His memory had played him false. But that was a sort of suspicion I was up against with the Shah the whole time, you see.
But while you were there in the 50s, and he was, I suppose, he was governor, military governor?
He was military governor, then he became head of Sabak, yes.
Did you have any sort of meetings with him, or any...
I didn't know. I got, again, he sent Shahpur Bakhtiar, Shahpur reporter, And this is why I became very suspicious, and had been ever since, of reporters' integrity. Because when this Baha'i trouble was at its height in the summer of '55, there was been criticism of British press and so on, and the Persians were worried. A reporter came to see the British ambassador, Roger Stevens, to tell him, look, I've just been in General Bakhtiar's office, and I heard him on the telephone giving instructions that there was to be a strong suppression of any attacks on the Baha'is and so on. And he said he'd heard this by chance as a telephone conversation. I said, I don't believe it for a minute. I don't believe you just go into Bakhtiar's office. And he'd gone straight round to the American embassy and told the Americans the same thing. And he was used to plant information.
Trying to promote the idea that Bakhtiar had nothing to do with this?
No, that the Shah was taking notice and was clamping down hard, you see. And this was done either at the Shah's request or Bakhtiar's. But after that, I always regarded Shahpur reporter as you might say, as an agent of the Shah as much as a British agent, you see, and never trusted him.
But I guess what I was trying to ask about Bakhtiar, since he was really the first head of Savak, and so much was made of Savak in later years, what signs, if any, you had at the time as to, what sort of a monster, in quotes, was being created, and whether you had any thoughts about doing anything about it at the time?
No, I mean, there were certain links between Bakhtiar, Savak, and our own intelligence people. I mean, I'm not prepared to go into details. I don't know them, but there were links which continued right through till the end, really. I mean, certainly on the embassy side in those days, we did not regard Savak as the dangerous sort of monster it became in later years. I mean, one wanted some sort of discipline and order in the country, and I think I can't be certain, but I think our general feeling was that it's a good thing to have some power which is going to suppress the there was a communist plot, you remember, that Bakhtiar uncovered, and I think it was a genuine plot. It wasn't a cooked up job at all, and one welcomed that sort of thing.
Well, what was sort of the background to your becoming ambassador to Iran in
I don't quite know.
1963.
I'd gone to Ethiopia. I knew I wasn't going to be there long. I'd asked to go to Ethiopia or to Kathmandu or Kabul. I liked those remote posts, and I didn't want to get pushed off to Paris or Washington, where I was likely to go as the economic minister. I know those were the jobs I was meant to be. So I took steps to go to Addis Ababa, but was told I wouldn't be there very long. And then I was called back to London rather hurriedly to take over African affairs temporarily in place of Roger Stevens, who had been moved to some other job. But was told when I got this telegram, I think in August 1962 in Addis Ababa, that the intention was to send me to Tehran the following spring when Harrison retired. What were the motives? I mean, I think the fact was that I had made a certain name for myself in Iran that first time, that I got on well with the Shah despite that early contretemps, as evidence of this farewell dinner he gave to me. And then I got dealings with him I mentioned his dealings with the Russians, you see. And he did tell a member of the embassy staff, I've got the letter somewhere here, that I got it in 1962 when he was reflecting about his dealings with the Russians. He said that it was my intervention which had switched him, and he said something about he had a complete faith in my integrity or something. And I think things like that may have persuaded the Foreign Office that Tehran was a place to send me. Although when a new member of my staff came out to Addis Ababa just before I left, he told me I was going to Turkey. So I started brushing up my Turkish. In the end, it was added over Tehran, much to my delight. That's how.
Which officer of the Foreign Office would actually initiate that?
It would probably, at that level, I think, see, Tehran is one of our major posts. It would start probably at the head of the personnel department, or it might even be the permanent undersecretary. You can't tell. I mean, it's an awful lot of luck, you know.
It doesn't go from the Iran desk, for instance.
Oh, no. It wouldn't be from the Iran. No, not at all. No. It would come from the personnel side, I expect. And I don't know who was permanent undersecretary. Harold Katcher was. No, he wasn't a particular friend of mine, but I've never said I wanted to go to Iran as ambassador. I mean, I just left it, you know, to fate to send me wherever they wanted to send me. I mean, we hadn't got any children, so it didn't really matter.
So how did you prepare for your...
Well, I came back, you see, to stand in for Roger Stevens on African affairs, and his job, which was to act as number two to Lord Butler on Rhodesia, came to an end much quicker than he expected. So he wanted to come back to his job in the Foreign Office. So there I was, hurriedly brought back from Addis Ababa, and after a month being told that my job had come to an end, Roger Stevens. So I was then asked whether I would go to the United Nations as the representative on the colonial side, in place of Lord Clarendon, who wasn't Lord Clarendon then, he was Sir Hugh Foote, who had resigned in disgust at the Conservative Party policies, I think, over Rhodesia. And the only time I refused the job, I really refused it. I said, no, I won't go, because you tell me I'm going to Iran in the spring. If I go to the United Nations, obviously I should be kept there, and that's that. So I refused. So he said, what do you want to do? Well, in the meantime, I said, well, send me to School of Oriental African Studies to do a crash course in Persian. And so that's what I did. I went off, and because although I'd had lessons in Persia the first time I was there, I hadn't done really much. And so I went off and I saw Nancy Lampton. I told her that I was too much in awe of her to learn how I'd be frightened, but could she give me someone? So she gave me one of her Persian staff, Haydari, and so I did a crash course. I mean, I knew it was too late in life to become a fluent scholar, but at least I said I want to be able to speak and to read newspapers, and well, I got that far. I mean, so it was a very useful little interlude, really.
How long did that take?
Well, I was there, I suppose, from December through till April or March. I had about 4 months of it, 2 or 3 times. I worked at it every day. So it was a very useful thing, because by the time I'd been in Iran a year or two, I had continued lessons there. I could go around the country and talk to governors without interpreters and that sort of thing, and I could make the simple speeches. And so, but I've never tended to be a scholar in Persian.
So when did you go back, Sam? And this time, how did you try to sort of bring yourself up to date as to what had happened in Iran? And
well, I spent time in the Foreign Office reading through back papers. I saw every possible person I could, and of course I'd learnt a lot in my first time in Iran. And so I went back in April 1963, just after the plebiscite the Shah had that year. He launched his 6-point reform program, and he had the...
What was the impression of London about this reform program at the time?
I think probably pretty skeptical at the time. I think, as I quoted from my first impression of the Shah, I think we were all very skeptical and had no high opinion of the Shah. And it wasn't until really the end of the year, the next year, things seemed to look better in the Shah. And in fact, the turning point in my judgment was the Muharram riots of 1963, June, when the Shah clamped down pretty hard on the mullahs. Many people were killed. I mean, there are all sorts of ideas of how many people were killed. I looked up just 2 days ago in the Foreign Office my dispatch at the time, and I recorded about 100 people had been recorded. And I still stick to that figure, although many people, both British and Iranians, will tell you that hundreds, thousands were killed. But I've got various reasons for sticking to that figure. One is that I was there, and the amount of shooting that went on was not very great. It lasted off and on, very spasmodically for, I think, 3 days. I can quote from my diaries there, if you like, which we were living at Gulhek. We moved up freely. There was no question of not being able to move about freely. I was in Addis Ababa in 1960 when there was a revolt against the Emperor Haile Selassie, and when there was a lot of shooting, and even rockets and aircraft were used, and then 500 people were killed. Well, the amount of shooting that went on was minute compared with that. And I also asked Alam just after it was over how many people, and he said 94. And he said to base that on the people who had gone for reports of burials, and people asked for pensions. And I asked him the same thing years later when he was no longer Prime Minister, and just before I left, and he gave me the same figure. Mm-hmm. And the last time I saw the Shah, which was at Nassau, when I went out to see him in 1979, and we had a long talk about many things, and I asked him how many, and he said 110. Mm-hmm. So I said, well, Mr. Alam told me 94, and I've always maintained that it was that sort of figure, something about 100. And he thought for a few minutes or a few moments and stuck to his figure, 110. And I still think that, because I noticed in this report, I haven't got it here, I saw in the Foreign Office 2 days ago, that although there was a certain amount of trouble in Qom and Wanda, we got no reports in at the time, and we had, in Qom I don't know, but in other places we had British Council people. Nobody reported to their bosses any sort of big slaughter of people and so on. So I think the number of people killed was much smaller than there's ever been. I don't know what you think about this. But
I don't have any...
But I've had big arguments with Iranians as well as others, and nobody's ever convinced me that it was anything like the sort of hundreds of people which one's been told. Anyway, I just give you that as an aside.
Could you describe your arrival in Iran, Tehran, as ambassador?
Well, I mean, I turned up there, and there were various people on the Commonwealth ambassadors were on the platform, on the asphalt at the airport to meet me, and one English lady, Miss Palmer Smith. Now, Miss Palmer Smith, I don't know if you've ever heard about Miss Palmer Smith. She is one of the characters who, in the imagination of many Iranians, is a major British spy. Miss Palmer Smith originally went out to Iran as the governess to Sir Clive, what was his name, Sir somebody Clive, who was a British ambassador there in 1926 or something. And she went as governess to the daughter of this ambassador, or minister he was. And instead of leaving when the Clives left, she stayed on and became governess in the Gavam family in Shiraz. And as you know, one of the Gavams, Malik Taj Balam, married Azadul Alam. And she continued after the Gavam children had grown up to teach English in Tehran. I think she was helped financially by the Gavam family. She had no money of her own. And she taught a great many Iranians, from Dr. Iqbal, Iftihaj, downwards English, and became full of her own self-importance, but was a harmless old girl. Well, when I was due to come out as ambassador, she told the British Chargé d'Affaires, Horace Phillips, that she wanted to be on the asphalt at the airport to meet me.
Yes.
And Phillips told her that the only people on the asphalt would be the Commonwealth ambassadors and himself and the chef de protocol. Well, Miss Palmer Smith never took no for an answer, and so she immediately phoned up Mr. Jahan Bani, who was the chef de protocol and would be one of her pupils, or her father, his father, and demanded to be on the asphalt. So sure enough, she was on the asphalt to meet me. I recount this story because Palmer Smith did have a lot of influence among Iranians. She would sometimes telephone me and say that so-and-so, a British subject, is in prison for knocking down somebody and killing him, and you must get him out. And I would say, no, I'm not going to get him out. He's in prison for having broken the Iranian law. So she would then telephone to Mr. Alam or to Mrs. Alam or to Dr. Ekbal and have him out of prison. She could do what the British ambassador wouldn't do. I mean, she was that sort of a woman. Anyway, she also had, what had given her a sense of a great importance was Robert Clive's daughter, Mimi, whom she had acted as tutor, married Geoffrey Harrison, who'd come back to Tehran as my predecessor as ambassador. So she was always in and out of the embassy all through the Harrison period. And I heard this from Mrs. Hilda Arthur just before I went out to Tehran, that you'll find Palmer Smith is running the embassy. So I took fairly drastic steps after I arrived in Tehran, and the first time, she was always invited to all the big parties, because Alam was Prime Minister and Mrs. Alam was a close friend. And so there was General de Gaulle came, I think, and she demanded she should be taken in the ambassadorial robes to the evening reception. I said, very sorry, you must go in a taxi or somebody else. And after one or two things like that, putting my foot down, I had Palmer Smith in her place. I had no more trouble with her. But she was firmly believed by many Iranians to be sort of a secret agent. In fact, she had absolutely no political sense whatsoever. And insofar as she ever gave me any information, maybe once or twice she came in, it was always wrong, and she was just, one left her to her good work. She did a lot on hospitals and things like that, and was very good at extracting money from people like Dr. Ekbal for her charities, you see. But that's Palmer Smith. But I wrote a little obituary about her when she died in the Times eventually. We had to bail her out because she was a great spendthrift. She never kept any money, and in the end she got very ill, and we flew her home to England and put her in a nursing home in Sussex, and paid for her, a number of us. The British subscribed, and we paid for her until she died. And there she is. But anyway, I did a little piece in the Times about her when she died.
So, when was the first time you saw the Shah?
Well, I saw him a few days later to present credentials. He took me aside for his, the usual little tete-a-tete conversation. He didn't mention the last time I had seen him, which was over the Russian deal. He made out the last time he'd seen me was when I was in Tehran in 1955, implying that, don't you ever talk to me about that Russian deal, you see. So we never talked about it, ever. But it was a friendly talk, and I saw him from time to time, but nothing like as regularly as rumour had it. When my successor, Peter Ramsbottom, went out, he had the impression I was seeing the Shah every week, and I said, no, I sometimes go 3 months I don't see him. Aram, the foreign minister, who was an honest little man, but a rather weak man, he was frightened of the Shah. He was very much a self-made man, as you know. He urged me to see the Shah regularly every week, and I said, no, I'm not going to. I didn't want to get caught up with the Shah, and I never did. I saw him when I had business. If I had anything which I could do through Alam or the Prime Minister or the Foreign Minister, I did it. I didn't want to get caught up with the Shah too much.
What do you mean by caught up? What were you afraid of?
Well, afraid if you get caught up with this, first of all, you get into the court circle, which I didn't want to get involved with in any way, because I had the lowest opinion of Princess Ashraf and all the rest of them. And I didn't want to feel that I was always at the Shah's beck and call, and, he would make increasing use of one. It wouldn't do me any good with my relations with you might say, the Iranian people. One has an image to think of, and I didn't want the embassy to be looked upon as being in the Shah's pocket. I took exactly the same line when I was in Addis Ababa. I wouldn't get myself caught up. I used to go riding with one of Haile Selassie's granddaughters, but apart from that, we kept them at arm's length, and that was my policy in Iran.
And this was something that it was at your discretion as an ambassador?
Yes.
The Foreign Office didn't have an opinion on it?
No, I mean, they were quite happy that my relationship... You see, I had a very healthy relationship with the Shah. I think it goes back to that early encounter with him. And as I told you, I had a confrontation with him over Horace Phillips and the American immunities in my second year. But I was always very careful not to upset him. I mean, because once you lost his goodwill, you were finished. And I had anything unpleasant to say, I used to either say, I'm going to say something to Your Majesty you won't like, and then he would brace himself and say, well, and I think I succeeded in not really upsetting him.
It seems to me that the first sort of major event that took place after your arrival was the 15th of Mordad incident in Rome and the uprising.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes, it was, yeah. And that, I say, I thought at the time, and I still think, was the right decision by the Shah. I mean, later, all right, the mullahs and so on became powerful, but that was other reasons. I mean, at that time, and running through my reports back home after that, is that this was a turning point in terms of political stability, which Iran had never had, and for that reason, over the next few years, one saw the Shah launching his reform program, carrying out a lot of what I considered good things for the country, raising standard of living, improving morale, getting roads, all this sort of thing. So although I had always a suspicion of the Shah, because going right back to my early encounters with him, I had an increasing, I'd say, respect for his leadership and thought he had turned over a new leaf, partly because he had got, as one seen, happily married to and had children, which he always wanted, and a son and heir, and by and large had a happy family life, although he went off at tangents with other women, but nevertheless, on the whole, he had a happy family life, and was successful over his oil revenues. He got those increased all the time. So my later years were certainly ones where I thought the Shah was doing a good job and should be supported by the British. But I was careful never, I think I succeeded in becoming too identified with the Shah as personally, and certainly not with his royal family, his own family, who I didn't think much of.
Mm-hmm. Did you have any inkling of the events that preceded the riots? I mean,
the only thing, my last two dispatches from Tehran, I talked about troubles ahead, but I didn't anticipate any troubles from the mullahs or the clergy. I saw it more from the students and the intellectuals, and but I didn't go into any. I did a dispatch just before I left on student troubles, a long dispatch on that, and I indicated there was a great deal of dissatisfaction in the universities and so on. And on my 60th birthday, 23rd of March 1971, now this is a part of the dispatch on students, I quote, "The White Revolution, having solved the immediate problem of Iran's post-war society, has stimulated the expectations of the rising generation in a way which could bring a fundamental change to all the autocratic concepts on which even the White Revolution was founded. This challenge will almost certainly come in the Shah's lifetime and possibly in the next few years." And then on the 20th of April, the day before I left Tehran for good, I wrote as follows. I was giving a general summary of my feelings about things. "However, despite the progress and prosperity of recent years, much criticism goes on. Student unrest has increased and poses a new problem, as well as a warning that the future will be far less plain sailing." So, you know, I saw things as disturbing, but certainly didn't, and I don't think at that moment the clergy, the mullahs, were a danger. I think that developed as subsequent to his economic policies and other things.
There are people who consider the period when Amini became prime minister just prior to Mr. Alam being appointed prime minister as a sort of an opportunity where Iran could have become, or power could have become less concentrated in the hands of the Shah, and Iran could have become a little more democratic. But yet, at the time that you returned to Iran, if I'm correct, I think most of the Amini was in disgrace, and most of the National Front leaders were in prison at the time. I wonder how, at that time, you people looked at this situation, whether this is something that was regrettable, or was in the nature of things.
Yes, I can't really remember. We certainly regarded Alam as just a stooge of the Shah. I mean, we didn't have any high regard for him as a prime minister at all, although we did give him credit for the firm line at the Muharram riots, and we're glad he took the helm, because no, I think we accepted the fact that the Shah was very much his own master, and that if he provided the leadership, as that quotation I read earlier this morning, I had great doubts about his leadership in those early days, but towards the end of that year, one saw him taking more and more under his own wing and doing it rather well. But I think as the years went by, one felt that he was taking on too much, he wouldn't delegate, and that he, in the end, and I haven't got any extract from it here, but I looked it up 2 days ago in this final dispatch of mine. I said that he'd got into a position where he was taking all the small decisions and all sorts of decisions, and no one man could cope with that. And what one was frightened of, that he would do something silly because he just hadn't got the knowledge, and might resort to brinkmanship in a way which would get him into serious trouble. But one didn't anticipate the way things went, because one didn't know then that there was going to be this great increase in oil money in 1973-74, and the consequences of that, which to my mind were led up to the final collapse. Also, I left in April 71, and I believe, in the light with hindsight now, that 71 was a turning point in the Shah's own makeup. Although as early as 1965 or 66, I was writing to London and saying the Shah was increasingly reluctant to listen to anybody who criticized or suggested. I mean, right on early, Alam had told me that Shah won't listen and so on, but by the time I left, this was very apparent. Even Shah Banu carried no weight with him at all, according to Alam. He said he was. But what happened in 71, I mean, this is not new to you, but were three things which I think profoundly affected the Shah. The first was his big success on the oil negotiations, January and February, which first time it was OPEC, really the Shah, who called the price at which oil should be sold. Big success. The second thing was the Persepolis Takht Jamshid celebration of 2,500, which all the world came and kowtowed and paid lip service to the Shah. That went to his head. And then thirdly, and most important of all, was the British pulling out of the Persian Gulf in November, and the fact that we and the Americans both agreed that the man to take the place of the British as policeman in the Gulf was the Shah, and the subsequent Nixon Kissinger decision to let the Shah have every sort of sophisticated weaponry he wanted. And I think all these things combined to make the Shah think he could do no wrong, and went on from one mistake to another, you see. I mean, changing the calendar a bit later, but I mean, anything more stupid can one imagine, you see.
Well, I guess the point I was trying to find out was whether in 1963, you as the British ambassador or the British government had any interest in trying to see Iran develop politically as well as economically and socially, and what sort of a path did you see for this to take place?
I don't think we did. I think that we always hoped that it would work out towards some form of democratic government eventually. But first of all, we weren't prepared to intervene. I never gave advice to the Shah on how he should run his country's internal affairs. And I think we were prepared to let him go his own pace, hoping that he would move in the right direction. And he used to make soothing noises occasionally about democracy starting from the top down and all that sort of thing. But no, I don't know. I'm just speculating now, but I should think our own dismal experience with our own colonies on introducing the Westminster type of government taught us a lesson. Don't try and force it down other people's throats. So as far as we British were concerned, and during my time as ambassador, I never had any instructions or knew of any attempts by British politicians to push him towards taking a more democratic line.
So basically you were looking at Iran has a ruler, the ruler is a Shah.
Yeah.
And if there's anything to be done, it would be done by him, and if we can influence him in conversation or in whatever means, we'll do it. And
yes, but not as a deliberate act of policy. We didn't go and talk to him about these things. I mean, I think we may at times on the press side, have deplored the fact that there were no British correspondents, worthwhile papers. I remember Gordon Walker, he wasn't in office then, but when he came out talking to Shah about this, and lamenting the fact there was this control of expression and so on. I would occasionally tackle the Shah, or when he would complain to me about the BBC or about the Times or the Economist, would, say, well, why do you resent such criticism? If you take the good and the bad, you have much, you come out plus, not minus on all this. But I don't think I ever tried to urge him towards greater steps toward democracy or anything like that. It was too dangerous a subject to get onto with him.
Or when he would be throwing political sort of opponents into prison, did you ever mention anything about those things?
About the prisoners in...
Well, I mean, mainly when the former National Front leaders were in prison and Bazargan was in prison and so on.
No, I mean, we got involved because members of Parliament over here were writing to the press and so on, and so we would be complained to by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs about interference in their affairs. And visiting British politicians may have talked to him. I wasn't with them, but I personally, I don't think I ever intervened on any.
I mean, this would not be a subject that
wouldn't be a subject.
That would be discussed between yourself and the Shah.
No. I don't think ever talked to her.
Now, many people have said that the uprising was really put down because of the courage of Mr. Alam, and if the Shah had been there alone without Alam, he wouldn't have had the courage to face up to the
yes.
Was this sort of?
Well, I don't know. Alam never told me himself that, I did this, that, and the other, but I've heard from others that he has said this was, and knowing the Shah, I think it's probably so that Alam was the man who really took the decisions, because as you know Alam, he was he wasn't a great intellectual and so on, but he was a man of action, and this would be very loyal to the Shah, and he would see this as a very serious threat to his throne, as it was. And so I would give him credit for it.
What were the main sort of major events or main concerns of yourself as a new ambassador during the period when Mr. Alam was still Prime Minister?
I suppose oil was always an annual event, which of course the oil companies got involved, but sooner or later the embassies got involved. But the Persian Gulf problems, I think once Alam had me up to try and get me to agree to some sort of compromise or settlement on the Gulf, but it wasn't very serious, and he had maps out of showing me Persian claims to Abu Musa and Tums and so on. But it wasn't a very serious effort, and it was dropped. And that
at that stage they were interested in this.
Oh yes, I mean there was one attempt by Alam. I've forgotten when it was, but that was dropped, and it wasn't until 1968 where the British government announced that they were going to withdraw from the Persian Gulf, that this became an acute issue, and of course that took up most of my last few years in Tehran. Was involved entirely with, well, there was the oil side of it always, but the real negotiations I was involved with was the settlement of Bahrain and the islands.
But what else concerned you that during Alam's tenure?
There were commercial problems. Persians weren't paying their debts. I think cementation, who had built the Hilton Hotel, just after I arrived, this happened. I've forgotten the details, but I know it got to a point where there was going to be naming the Iranian government or the Pahlavi Foundation in the City of London, which is as much as declaring that the country has defaulted on its debts, you see. And I went to see Sharif Amami, who was the head, I think, and Alam, Prime Minister, and I remember Alam telephoning me and said, I said, look, unless we get our money by such and such a date, we are going to take steps in the City of London. And Alam telephoned me, would I put this off for 24 hours? I said, no, we won't. We put it off long enough. And we got our money in the end. But there were little things like that, I mean, relatively unimportant commercial things. I can't think of any there weren't any big issues between us. I mean, relations on the whole in those early days were very easy and satisfactory. I mean, apart from the oil, which, and I can't remember the details of these oil negotiations every year, but one sooner or later I got dragged into them.
Now, do you remember the events or the causes that led to the dismissal of Alam as Prime Minister and Alam as Prime Minister? Yes. And the arrival of Hassan Ali Mansour on the scene?
Yeah, well, this is a great mystery, because I think it came as a mystery to Alam, too. I'd been riding with him. I don't know, he'd seen the Shah and seemed to think all was well. But there had been rumours about him possibly going, and then suddenly it was announced on the radio he was dismissed. And I, to this day, don't know, nor I don't think Alam knew. I mean, just the Shah had a hunch he wanted Ali Mansour to take over. But who influenced him, I don't know. And I never discovered, and I don't think Alam knew.
But it came to you as somewhat a surprise?
Very much surprise, very much. And a disappointment, too, because Alam had got into the seat, and he was a good friend of mine. I liked him. And Ali Mansour I knew, but I never thought much of as a person. I mean,
what was he like? I never met him.
Ali Mansour, a very smooth diplomat, but who he was an old-style Iranian in many ways. And when, for instance, he went to Rome, this was before as consular in the embassy or something, he found himself totally incapable of settling into Italian life. I mean, Rome, one of the plum jobs to have, and he was unable to adjust himself. He was really 100% Iranian, I think, in some ways,
This was
Ali Mansour.
The senior.
No, the junior. Yes, he was very curious, you see. You thought he was a westernized Iranian, but he wasn't. At bottom, he was very much an old-style Iranian. And when he became Prime Minister, he used to summon me up to see him on the stupidest things, and then announce in the press the British ambassador had been to see him, and he was getting, he thought, kudos for himself and with the Shah by hobnobbing with the British ambassador. I mean, I remember on one occasion he asked me to go up to see him. It was to tell me he had given instructions for a large order for some Leyland trucks or something, or buses to be bought. I hadn't intervened on this at all. I hadn't talked to any Persian minister about this, but he wanted me to think, Mansour did this for the British, you see. And he was a very much the old-style ambassador who made use of both the American ambassador and myself to enhance his own esteem of himself. And he thought this did him good with Iranians, which I don't think it did, but there we are. So I never thought he was much good, and could never understand why the Shah, appointed him and had so much faith in him.
Well, it was said at the time that he was sort of imposed on the Shah by the Americans.
Yes, well, he used to hobnob a lot with the whoever the American minister was there, and he liked to let it be known he was close to the Americans, but I doubt whether the Americans, I don't know, I've never heard they pushed him in, but they may have put words into the Shah's, suggested the Shah he was the right man. Because Americans probably, I can't be regarded Alam as too much as an Anglophile.
Mm-hmm. And the arrival of Mansour on the scene was sort of a turning point in that from then on, most of the cabinet was made up of younger and mainly, I would say, American-educated technocrats, as they were later called, than sort of the older type political figures. How did that strike you at the time?
I don't think there was no feeling, certainly in my mind, that this is a pro-American government. I mean, we never felt that. I mean, we always regarded ourselves as a junior partner in Iran, and there was no feeling on my part, and I don't think on the British government's part, that we were being pushed aside just because Alam had gone, and because Alam showed no particular favour to the British when he was in prime ministership. But it was Mansour as a personality that I always regarded as a weak character. I disagreed with my own councillor, Horace Phillips, who had a high regard for Mansour, which I could never understand. I mean, it struck me Horace wasn't always awfully good at judging people, I think. And anyway, no, I mean, I think we were quite glad to see some young technocrats who struck us as being much a better bet for Iran than having a lot of these old fuddy-duddies who had been in the government in the past. I can't think of any particular names, but, there were a number of people who, and of course Alam had one or two pretty odd characters in his, who was his, members of Kudtay party and so on, didn't he? Alam was, yes, Alam was a very bad judge of character, I always thought. I mean, he had some terrible friends. I like to think I was one of his better friends, but he had some terrible Persian friends. What was that man's name? Mutaki, you know who I mean?
Yes.
I mean, why don't you go and look at the man to see he was a crook, you see?
Well, I mean, that would assume that you thought Mr. Alam himself was above any corrupt practices.
Well, I didn't necessarily think he was above it, although I knew he was well off in his own right. And many people, both when I was there and more particularly since the revolution, have alleged he was extremely corrupt and so on. But as far as I was concerned, he never once hinted at any financial assistance for anything he did. He never asked me any real favours. Even when he was Prime Minister, his daughter was expelled from Cambridge, and he didn't ask me to intervene to get her. I mean, she went and she left and went off to Philadelphia.
Yes.
The only favor he ever asked me was he had an English girlfriend, British Airways hostess, I think, and he invited her family out, her mother and father out at his expense, and he asked me whether I would invite them to the Queen's birthday party. I think that's the only favor he ever asked. No, I think from a British point of view, from my point of view, he was a good, amusing friend. His anecdotes about his life in Birjan and so on were fascinating. He was absolutely invaluable as being a direct link with the Shah, because sometimes one couldn't trust either the Persian Prime Minister or Foreign Minister, and they were always daggers drawn. And both, whether it was Zahedi or Hoveyda, they knew I could get at the Shah direct, and I used to do that if necessary, and I would be careful to tell the other two, but, you know, one was playing an almost Byzantine game in Iran much of the time. But Alam was invaluable because I could know that he would report honestly to the Shah what I'd say, and I could always see the Shah through him. So that's why I shall always be grateful to Alam. But I say he... whether the allegations about his corruption are true, I don't know, but one's heard a lot of stories about them, and may or may not be true. But he did get involved in that, what's it, Kishim Island development, and he had some pretty nasty friends, and so, you know, one just hopes it's not true.
I guess the next major event was the assassination of Hassan Ali Mansour.
Yeah.
I guess that the facts, as they are known, say that he was assassinated by the remnants of the Fadayan Islam. But again, like the Razmar of assassination, these Persian rumors that the Shah had something to do with it because he...
Yeah, wanted to get rid of him, yeah. Yes, I've heard that at a time, and that he was fed up with Mansour, and I thought that was totally untrue myself. There are fanatics in every country, and sometimes just madmen who will go, and I've always believed that it was a Fedayun sort of move, but I don't think the Shah would have resorted to that sort of... He could have always dismissed him if he wanted to get rid of him. And it was quite choosing Hoveyda was a risky business in his place, because Hoveyda, after all, came from a Baha'i background, and I remember Alam telling me when Hoveyda was appointed, he said, I think the Shah's going to have trouble, because when anything goes wrong, he's going to be reminded that his Prime Minister is a Baha'i. Well, he wasn't a Baha'i, he was an agnostic, but he got this background. And so the Shah took quite a risk in appointing Hoveyda. Now, if he had planned the assassination of Mansour, I don't think he would have thought ahead to the point where I put in Hoveyda. He would have, you know, been grooming somebody up who would be more acceptable to the people.
Well,
okay.
I guess now we're at a time when Hoveyda became Prime Minister, and what in particular do you recall during his early years?
Well, I had certain reservations about Hoveyda, because he'd been at the National Iranian Oil Company before that, and he had got very worked up when a new refinery manager was appointed by the consortium, the oil consortium. I think they appointed a Dutchman, and Hoveyda showed very strong nationalistic feelings and felt an Iranian ought to have been appointed. Rightly or wrongly, it doesn't matter, but he took an extreme... I remember then head of the consortium, I think it was John Warder, being very worried about the outburst he had from Hoveyda, and I I always got on well with him. He was an amusing character, very well read, highly civilized, sort of cynic in a way. But I don't think he had any particular love of the British, and he had a biting tongue. And I always treated him with a certain amount of reserve. I think he was much more wedded towards the French and the Belgians. He'd been brought up there and was not particularly fond of the British. But having said that, I admired his ability, and I found him, it seemed to be reasonably straight to deal with on problems like oil and so on. I didn't have any dealings with him over the Persian Gulf. That was all handled with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or with the Shah direct. My dealings with him were almost always over oil when they got to a crisis, and over such things as a cemetery for the Protestant community. I was the sort of honorary president of the Protestant Cemetery Committee, and we had a lot of trouble with the Iranian authorities because they objected to burials in the old cemetery, which had been originally outside the city boundary, but was now at a place called, I think, Akbarabad, on the way to the airport, and was surrounded by houses, and the Muslim population objected to Christian burials, and we had a lot of trouble getting a new cemetery, but Hoveyda was very helpful on that, and through him and his mayor, Nikbe, we eventually got a cemetery at on outside Ray, near the new Muslim cemetery too. And for that, I say, I was extremely grateful to Hoveyda. But I can't say that I had any very close rapport with him, because I didn't. I thought he was honest. I never had any suspicion that he was corrupt in any way, except by power. I think he got corrupted by power in the end. And the last time I was in Iran, 1977, April, he gave a lunch for me, and I was really rather shocked by his behavior, and had a feeling that power had gone to his head, and he felt that he could do no wrong. He wouldn't brook any sort of criticism at all or hear anything critical about the country. And he loved making helicopters available to his friends when they came out, and dispensing largesse in that sort of way to show how important he was. And I remember coming away from that lunch with a friend of mine, an Englishman, who both of us sort of said, his power has gone to his head.
And what did he do that... What did he do during the lunch that...
I don't know, the way he behaved generally, it's awfully difficult to say, but grand manner, and it's just the nice, modest man seemed to have been turned into a rather arrogant person at the end.
While he was Prime Minister, did you have much dealing with him?
Well, a certain amount over oil in particular. I also, I said, over the small matter, the Protestant cemetery. But also, I remember one of the first occasions he summoned me was to over some article in the Times which said the Shah rules as well as reigns, and the Shah had told him to tell me this was untrue and complain. So I remember saying to Hoveyda, well, isn't this true? And of course Hoveyda didn't answer that, but he was the sort of man you could answer back. What else did I have dealings with him on? No, I've forgotten now. But there's some other thing that flashed through my mind where I had dealings with him. I can't remember them now. No, nothing stands out particular in my dealings with him.
There's something that has occurred which has been quite significant in many people's minds. I think a few months after your arrival to Iran, and that was a meeting that apparently had been arranged by Mr. Allah and Intizam to sort of discuss some of the national issues and the way the Shah was reacting to them, which subsequently led to their discharge from their various positions.
Yeah.
Were you in Iran when this happened?
Yes, I was, yes.
What version did you hear?
Well, the version I heard was that these two, Allah and Intizam and some other elder statesmen decided after the Muharram riots that things were going too fast, and that they urged someone to speak to the Shah and urge him to go a bit more slowly. And I think Allah, as the oldest member of the group, went to the Shah and said, look, we are loyal supporters of yours, but we do think you should go a bit more carefully, particularly on land reform. And the Shah was furious and dismissed them both immediately. And the Shah did mention this to me sometime later, as much as say these men dared to criticize what I am doing, and I'm not going to be told what to do. And he did have an outburst to me on this very question. And it struck me then that the Shah he got no, you might say, loyalty to old friends, and because they had crossed his path on this, he just dismissed them. And Allah rarely died of a broken heart afterwards. He went to bed. Last time I saw him, he was in bed dying. And shortly after he died, and the Shah sent no representative to the memorial service in the mosque, the big Masjid Jume, and it's indicative, I think, of the Shah had no feelings of human gratitude or compassion at all for anybody, although Allah had served him loyally for years and years and years. And of course, Intizam, the story is, whether it's true or not, that when he got into trouble in 1978 and summoned Intizam back from London, Intizam went to see him because he wanted to become Prime Minister or take part in the Council of Regency or whatever it was. He said to Intizam, I haven't seen you for a long time. And Intizam replied, 16 years, Your Majesty, and I've been here all the time. And there again was a case of a man who was absolutely honest, who'd served the Shah nobly over the 1953-54 oil crisis and so on, just put aside and dismissed and not made use of. Intizam's brother, Nasrullah, who had made a great reputation for himself at the United Nations. He'd been President of the Security Council and had been on various international missions for the United Nations, was just put aside by the Shah and never used again. Masood Ansari, the ambassador in Moscow, another outstanding man in my judgment from what one heard about it, was another man who was just ignored and put on one side by the Shah. So my feelings were that the Shah was incapable of making use of people who either had crossed his path or he thought might be, I suppose, a threat to his own power position. And I remember in one year I was Dean of Diplomatic Corps, my last 2 years in Iran, and I think it must have been 1970, various distinguished Iranians had died. One was Jam, who'd been Prime Minister, the father of the Chief of Staff, who fell out with the Shah. Another one was Gawam Mulk, and the third one was Senator Taqizadeh, all of whom who had played a role in Persian history, all of whom at one stage or other had been good friends of the British. And I wanted to put in my Nowruz or October for the Shah's birthday speech, I've forgotten which, some reference to these patriots who had died. I didn't want to say they were friends of the British. All I wanted to say that we mourn with the Iranian nation the death of these three patriots. And I submitted the text to the Minister of Court.
Was that normal?
Yes, you normally do submit the text because the Shah has to know what line to reply on. And he said, no, this won't please the Shah, and so it had to be cut out. And another instance I give of that sort of pettiness of the Shah, because it was pettiness, over the settlement of the Bahrain question, which we shall no doubt be talking about. Senator Abbas Massoudi, the editor of and publisher of Etelat, played a very helpful role in that in the 1968. And I, when it was all over and I'd retired, I would tell people that Massoudi had been very helpful. And when I went back to Iran, I don't know whether it was 1975 or whenever I went back my first visit, I went to call on Massoudi just as old time's sake. And he said, I hear you've been telling people that I've played a helpful role in settling the Bahrain. And I said, yes, because you deserve some credit. He said, don't tell anybody. They don't like it up there, meaning up at the palace. And this was a measure, I saw the Shah's petty jealousy of giving any credit to anybody except himself.
It would seem to someone like me that when you as the British ambassador was observing the kind of behavior that you've been describing, particularly the firing of Alam and
of Allah
and Intizam, that you would be concerned about the future of this regime, and that perhaps you would consider taking some measures to prevent it.
What measures could you possibly take? You see, if you mentioned anybody's name to the Shah as a good person, it was a kiss of death for that person. I mean, he would immediately think you were a British agent, would have nothing to do with him. The Shah resented anything like that. I mean, you had to leave it to the Shah's own sense. I mean, there would be, when one comes down to analyze what could you do in that way to guide the Shah, the answer really was nothing, because he wouldn't take advice from outside and would suspect anybody mentioned by the British. E.g., the Americans had pushed for Amini to be Prime Minister. Time and again the Shah would fling in my face, your man. I said, nothing to do with the British at all. Well, then he would class, well, you and Americans all the same. I mean, that sort of thing. But he would never forgive the Americans, but blame the British as much as the Americans, because a curious, suspicious mind probably thinks we were influencing the Americans. That Amini was our candidate for to be a strong Prime Minister. Well, the Americans have probably had very good reason. I mean, Amini was a stronger man. But the Shah never forgave the Americans for that, Kennedy in particular.
This is going to be one of the amazing things for Iranians to realize that the British did not feel they were in a position to even give this kind of advice.
Oh, no, I mean, I wouldn't have dreamt of doing it, because one knew it would be counterproductive.
So you sort of had to sail along with the ship and hope for the best.
Hope for the best. Well, that's what it amounted to. As far as the internal thing was, that, as I said earlier, the Shah seemed to us, after the Muharram riots and the establishment of some sort of authority, to be moving in the right direction. And those early years were successful years, by any count, I think. I mean, I would say that if the Shah had died in 1971, 72, before things started going wrong in 73, 74, or after 75, 76, the Shah would go down in history as a great leader, I mean, who had done more for his country than anybody since Shah Abbas, probably. I mean, I would still stick by that. And BBC asked me to do a obituary for on the Shah long before he died. And I did say just that Shah had done for his country what Churchill did for us in the war, what de Gaulle did for France, and I think I would stand by that still until, I say, post 73, 74, when things were going wrong, and he, I say, himself had become a megalomaniac and wouldn't listen to anybody.
Did you and your other colleagues ever discuss maybe doing something in concert, you and the American ambassador or someone else?
No.
That was something that...
I don't think we ever thought it would be a wise thing to do, to intervene in that way. Mm-hmm. And the only person I would have discussed it would been with the American, because no other ambassador cut any ice there, I mean, except the Russian to some extent. But I mean, I think with all due modesty can say that the Americans, because of their power position, were in a position, and the British, because of this legacy of the 19th century, sort of a belief that we had great power, which in fact we didn't have, but always saw the British hand somewhere. So I did have influence, but I would never have dreamt of using it in that way, because first of all, what you do, you produce a man who you say is going to make a good prime minister, and then he doesn't succeed all the time. I mean, you lose out every time. And at any rate, if you asked me to look around and pick a prime minister in the days when I was there, who would I put my finger on? I mean, can you think of anybody who would outstanding, you know...
Well, it wasn't so much picking a different man than his style of
government,
running the government, and as you described yourself, his insistence on deciding on details at random.
You could never get him to listen to you if you even tried, and I don't think we ever crossed my mind that it was my job to try and get him onto a different wavelength. Mm-hmm. You see, he was his own foreign minister. I mean, he on the whole, he handled foreign affairs very well. I mean, he was on good terms with the Arabs, except the extremists like Libya. He was on good terms with the Israelis, good terms with the Russians, and then he got on good terms with the Chinese. I mean, what more could you do? You had a lot balancing on. And there was the West frightened to say boo to him. I mean, when things started going wrong, I wasn't ambassador then, so I don't know, but it seemed to me then something might have been said to him to try and pull him up. But I don't think it would have been effective, even if anybody had said anything to him.
In 1965, April of 65, there was an attempt by a 22-year-old conscript in the Royal Guards to try to assassinate him. Do you remember that particular day?
Yes, I do.
How you heard the news and how you reacted?
Yes, well, I remember it very well because it was just the end of the Baghdad PAC meeting, and we had our Foreign Secretary out there. Michael Stewart was I think there was consternation generally that what would have happened if the Shah had been killed, a worry. And what was particularly noticeable was a lot of the critics of the Shah, the old liberal guard, some of whom used to come round the embassy occasionally and complain about the Shah's policies and so on. The relics of the old Anglophiles, I told you, we tried to get rid of, but there were some very good, loyal Iranians, and they would all were dismayed by this, and you suddenly found even the Shah's critics realizing that without him they would be lost. So that's my main recollection of that. There was no jubilee or say what a pity he didn't go. None of that at all.
Well, I mean, worry about a wider conspiracy or a kudtay, that kind of a thing.
No, I think it was again pretty quickly proved that it was a small world, like the murder of Ali Mansour. It was a small group, and they were rounded up fairly quickly.
Well, it turned out that part of the blame was placed on a group of students that had been studying in England.
Yes, well, that was, of course, the Shah, typical Shah, you see. Must be the British somehow behind it, and he blamed and said so publicly. There were students who were at Manchester or somewhere run remote control. But that didn't affect our relations at the time. It was only later that the Shah brought that out when he got more bitter about things. I think. I don't think he ever actually accused the British of being behind the plot, and certainly at the time I never felt that. In fact, the guard who saved his life had been trained over here by the British, and he was at least grateful for that. He was a man who had presence of mind to shoot down the man. And it was on British advice also. I think after that he got out someone from our security side to advise on security, and it was in the result of that he, after that, always worked up at Sadabad. He gave up the Marble Palace because the attempt was on him in the Marble Palace, and the British advice was he shouldn't ever work down in town. It was too vulnerable. And so there you have this extraordinary mixture. The Shah on one hand sort of thinking Manchester students, on the other hand turning to the British, what do I do to protect myself?
I suppose he was well enough to be able to, a couple of months later, leave on a 9-day state visit to Moscow. And my question was that when he was taking such trips to the Eastern Bloc countries, what were your concerns, if any?
I don't think much concern, because we knew he had to play off the East versus the West and balance a trip to America or to England against a trip to Moscow. We were more concerned with when he got involved in armaments deals with the Russians, which he did in 1966 or 67, I've forgotten the year when, because the Americans wouldn't sell him at what he considered the right price. I think it was Hawk missiles and also the F-4 fighter, a Phantom fighter, and he was so angry about that he turned to the Russians and started negotiations like he did in 1959, but he was more careful. He used this as a blackmailing operation and let us know he was doing this. And Aram was the foreign minister, and Aram was always frightened to say much direct to the Shah. So what did he do? He summoned the American ambassador and myself and asked us what we thought about this, and we both took the line that this was a very unwise move. And I mentioned earlier that on one occasion when I wasn't there, the American ambassador Armin Mayer had talked about the Shah being all chewed up if he went ahead with this. Well, what Aram used to do, he'd then go and see the Shah and say, I've been talking to the British ambassador, and he says you're very unwise to do this. And the Shah would say, what the hell is it to do with the British ambassador? But Aram didn't mind that. He made his point, you see. And he always assumed... Aram. And he would always assume that having made the point and having come from the British ambassador, this would have some effect on the Shah. And likewise, he would quote the American ambassador, who was more directly concerned because it was American equipment. And in the end, of course, the Americans climbed down, they reduced their price, and they let him have the F-4s, and he got his Hawks too. But that sort of thing did worry us if he was involved in a negotiation with the Russians on arms. But going to Russia and negotiating about a pipeline, to a gas pipeline and so on, or a steel mill, I mean, did not worry us, unduly. What worried us was the influx of Russians into the country, but the Shah was so self-confident, he said that he could cope with them and his Savak would deal with them and so on.
There were a few months in November of 65, 74 members of the British Parliament and 2 peers signed protest against death and long jail terms of the accused Iranian students. Did that involve you or get you in any kind of a...
Yes, the Shah blew up steam, and I think there was some correspondence between me and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That sort of irritant was always there. I mean, members of Parliament, a man called Stanley Newens was N-E-W-E-N-S, was the main leader, a Labour member of Parliament. and we had a good bit of trouble on that score. But it was I'd say an incident. It didn't really upset our relations with the Iranians for very long. And the Shah's, it's the British again.
The fact that the sentences of the two who were supposed to be executed were reduced, did that at all result from these protests?
I don't know. I don't think we ever took any credit for it, and I don't think that it may have helped, I think, but no more than that. We didn't regard this as a great victory for the British or anything like that. These sort of things are very embarrassing to me, just as some of the broadcasts of the Persian service used to be embarrassing to me because the Shah didn't always like it, but or what the economists wrote. But, you know, these are things you have to put up with when you have a hypersensitive monarch, you see, and have a Iranian embassy here under instructions to report every unfavorable thing, and very rarely report the favorable things.
Did you ever know or become familiar with the case of Ahmad Aramish, who was a former Minister of Labor in the 40s, but in 1966 was arrested and imprisoned for statements, anti-sort of regime statements that he had made. I think for a time also he was head of the Plan Organization and a great critic of Mr. Eftihaj. And he was also brother-in-law of Mr. Sharif al-Mami.
No, I don't even remember that.
Mm-hmm.
But certainly don't think I was ever involved in it.
In November of '66, Mr. Alam was moved from his position as Chancellor of Pahlavi University in Shiraz into the Imperial Court as the Minister of Court. I suppose from what you've said that was a welcome move because, as you've described, it probably helped your communications.
Yes, I'm certain we welcomed it, although we got on perfectly well with the previous minister, who was Sahai,
mm-hmm.
Who had been ambassador in London, was an interesting character. He was a poet, I think, and also a Sufi, and we had no problems with him, but we were certainly quite glad to see Alam back there, but didn't really mean any great, you know, I was not sending telegrams to London, say 3 cheers, Alam is back. There was none of that at all, mm-hmm. because Alam was always close to the Shah. He was in touch with me all the time because every Friday we used to go riding, and so I could always get things to the Shah through him if I wanted to. Mm-hmm. But the fact he was back in the court probably made things a little bit easier than Sahai, who we weren't so intimate with.
In the same month, the Shah's, it was announced that the coronation would be held October of the following year. And from what I've heard from other people, the Queen's coronation was used as a model, or at least some lessons were tried. They tried to learn some lessons from that celebration.
Yeah.
Were you at all involved in trying?
No, not really. It was all done direct through the embassy in London, I think. But what the Shah did was to send Mehdi Sami, who I think then was governor of the central bank, to London to make contact with the Duke of Norfolk, who was in charge of the ceremonial under ex officio, and with the Lord Chamberlain, whoever he was then, who was Cobbold, I think his name was, in the Lord Chamberlain's office and the Duke of Norfolk responsible. And Mehdi Sami went over, and he was given the film of the coronation. There was just one film made of it, which he brought back to Tehran. And of course, this is only speculation now, but I imagine the Shah was somewhat shocked to find that the Archbishop of Canterbury played a leading role in the coronation and put the crown on the Queen's head, whereas, of course, the Shah crowned himself and then crowned the Empress. And what I'm told also happened was that the young Crown Prince was made to look at the film to see how well the young Prince Charles behaved, and so that this would be a model for his own excellent behavior, although I believe he had a high temperature at the time, at the coronation. Of course, the Shah was very anxious that the Queen should come, because for all his Shah suspicions of the British, the Queen for him was the big catch, and he wanted to have the Queen at the coronation. And I got a note asking that the Queen should be invited, but it was too short notice. I mean, it was 6 months before, and the Queen's programme was already filled up. And so we said, we're sorry, the Queen can't come. And if she'd been available, I would have recommended she should have come. But she wasn't available. And because of that, I think, I can't be certain, the Shah decided to make it no heads of state. He couldn't get the Queen of England, therefore he wouldn't have anybody. So he had a few personal friends like the Aga Khan or the widow of the late Aga Khan and personal friends, but he didn't ask any heads of state at all. And it was a very happy occasion, that coronation. My only comment on it was it's the first time, as far as I can remember, there were two big dinners given. One was given by the Queen Mother, I think it was. Another one was given by the Minister of Court at one of the palaces, rather. And for the first time, the Iranians flew in from Paris lobsters and oysters and cheeses and wines, and it ceased to be what I call an Iranian affair. They got all this French and European food, which struck me at the time as a great pity. And of course, as the years went by, this became a habit, and for the great Persepolis thing in 1971, everything was done by Maxims. Again, it's all for pity. The Iranians not being happy enough with their own produce and going mad on having stuff in from Europe and so on. I might also say about the 1971 thing that I then, when was asked the Queen should come, I recommended the Queen should not come. For two reasons. First of all, twice we'd been invited to ask the Queen, and then it had been postponed. And the third time, we were going through a very difficult patch over the Persian Gulf and attacked in the press and all the rest of it. And it seemed to me that why should we, having all this abuse hurled at us in the press, bring our Queen out to just to please the Shah. So I recommended. I knew I wouldn't be there. I was retiring, but I said to my senior staff that I recommended the Queen should not come, and I'm very glad to say in the light of history that she didn't come. I mean, we were consistent. I mean, the Duke of Edinburgh and Princess Anne came.
I've heard it said that there was a very close and personal relationship between Queen Elizabeth and the Shah, beyond just the formalities. Is that?
No. The Queen found him rather a bore. The Queen, I wouldn't want this to be quoted until the year 2000. But when I saw the Queen before going to Iran, she'd been on Queen Wilhelmina of Holland and Prince Bernhard had a cruise to celebrate, I don't know, 25 years on the throne or something or other. And the Queen had been paired off with the Shah. And she told me she found him very heavy going and would ask her such things as, now your last Liberal member of Prime Minister was Mr. Gladstone, or was it Mr. Bonner Law, that sort of thing. And she found him very heavy going. And then I know when the Shah came over to stayed at Windsor Castle after I'd retired in 1975 or whatever, well, it wasn't so much the Shah then, but again, I think she found the Shah heavy going, and his entourage she found almost impossible people. I mean, not very attractive characters he brought with him. So no, the answer is the Queen was not greatly enamoured of the Shah.
In January of '67, Mr. Aram and Mr. Abdeshir Zahedi switched places.
Yeah.
Aram becoming ambassador in London and Zahedi becoming foreign minister. How did this affect you personally? And
well, it affected things rather adversely, because I got on very well with Aram, liked him, and he was a very honest and decent man to deal with, and very straight. Zahedi had been a great social success in London, a great one with the women, just like his father was. I mean, the number of women he put on their backs in London was probably very large indeed. But he was very nationalistic, and he was also made it quite clear that he was foreign minister and was not going to allow his past connections. And although I never addressed him as Ardeshir in any notes, the American ambassador, Armin Mayer, wrote to him shortly after his appointment and sent a letter to him, "Dear Ardeshir," and he sent it back and said, "I am the foreign minister," and something. But that was the sort of thing. Now, as the years went by, we had problems over Bahrain and so on, and Zahedi was intensely nationalistic and very difficult. And as I will, when I talk about Bahrain, I'll say how the Shah cut him out of the negotiations, although he was foreign minister. Then there was an occasion, the time of the earthquake in eastern Iran. I've forgotten what year that was. 68 was it? It was at Firdos in that area. And there was a lot of destruction. And I used to have every autumn a party for the British Association. It was mostly businessmen, but we used to have it up at Gulhek after the Queen's birthday party. It was our most important party. And I was going to launch an appeal for help from the British community for the earthquake. Well, we were living in Gulhek, and the Zahedi's secretary telephoned to ask that after we'd shut the office up, I should go and see him at 6 o'clock that evening. And the secretary said I would be the host at this party, and so they telephoned to me and asked me to go. I said, "No, I'll come tomorrow morning. I can't. I've got this big." Well, I explained I was making an appeal for earthquake funds and so on. Well, Zahedi was so furious about this that I had dared say I wouldn't go, that he declared me persona non grata. And he wrote to the Persian ambassador in London, Aram, to say he was to tell the Foreign Office that as far as he was concerned, I was persona non grata. And he went off a few days later, I think, to the United Nations or something. It must have been September for the General Assembly. But I wanted to get in touch with the Foreign Office, the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Tehran, on some business, and nobody would see me. And so after about 3 or 4 days, I got hold of the chef de protocol, and I said, "Look, I've got some extremely important business about Bahrain or something, and I must see someone." Well, Upshall was in charge, and he had instructions that nobody was to receive me. So he telegraphed to the Shah, who was down in Shiraz, to say, had he permission to receive me. And the Shah knew nothing about this. This was Zahedi on it. And he turned to Alam, who was with him, and said, "What's all this about your friend Denis Wright?" And I hadn't said anything to anybody. My conscience was clear, and I knew. And Alam said he knew nothing about it. But he said, "Well, find out." So Alam came back to Tehran and got hold of me, and what was all this? I told him the story. And it so happened that Aram had also come out on leave, I think, from London, and was instructed by the Shah to make a full inquiry into this. So I gave him the whole story. In fact, I gave him a copy of my dispatch to London. I said, "There's nothing secret in this. You can see." And of course, in the end, Zahedi was told not to be so stupid. But that was the sort of thing that Zahedi used to do. And the further incident, there was a man, Abbas Nayeri, who lived at Galundarak. His wife had property there. And there was a party given by Abbas Nayeri for Zahedi's honor, and he made certain that the British ambassador and the American ambassador would all be there. Well, it had to be postponed because Zahedi said he wouldn't go anywhere where the British ambassador was going to be there. So I was away on leave, not in leave, up in Azerbaijan or somewhere. So Abbas Nayeri quickly arranged a party when I was away, but asked Charles Wiggin, the chargé d'affaires. And Zahedi, when he turned up, he saw the British car there with the flag on, because Wiggin was chargé d'affaires while I was away. He turned straight round and left the party, and this was in his honour. With extraordinary behaviour, and this was Nayeri has told me this. I mean, you can talk to him in Paris; he'll tell you the whole story. But it was typical of Zahedi. He was totally unpredictable and nationalistic, and there we are. No, he was not a nice man to deal with at all.
Really? Did you at all get involved in discussions or preliminary plans for calling of elections for the Constituent Assembly to make amendments to the Constitution, allowing Shah to appoint the Empress as regent?
That was after the attempt on his life.
Yeah. This is
No.
1957.
I could only think that we certainly welcomed this move, but as far as I remember, we were never consulted about it. But I may well have said to somebody like Sheriff Imami or somebody like that, it's very important that the succession should be clear in case something happened to the Shah. That I think may well have been said by me to somebody like Sheriff Imami and so on. But certainly we weren't involved in any details at all. Because we were worried if the Shah did die and there was no provision for any succession, there would be sort of squabbles among all sorts of people.
Because having looked at the embassy documents of the late 40s, I noticed that on that occasion, when the Constituent Assembly was called, there were full and extensive consultations between the Shah and your ambassador John Louis.
Very different.
Before this was actually done, the step was not taken until both the British ambassador and the American ambassador had.
I think the situation had changed entirely by 1960s, and the Shah would never dream of talking to us about those sort of things.
Really? Not even to.
I don't think so. I can't recollect him talking about it at all. No.
Now, in the same year, 67, former U.S. Vice President Nixon came to Iran and conferred with the Shah.
Yeah.
Were there any parties or any receptions?
Yes, I met him at a party at the American Embassy, but only just he was in the receiving line, I didn't have any talk with him at all. That was Armin Mehr, wasn't it, I think?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, I say Armin Mehr always struck me as being rather jealous of my own position and didn't really confide in me at all. When I think George Allen, who had been quite a figure in Iran at the time of the occupation of Azerbaijan by the Russians, he came to Tehran and wanted to meet various people, the old gang, Madame Nasrul Mulk and people like that. And Armin Mehr didn't know any of these people. They weren't in touch with the American Embassy. And at one occasion when Armin Mehr did ask me to go round and meet George Allen, because all these names came trundling out, and I said, "Oh yes, I saw them yesterday or the day before." And so Armin Mehr had to scratch his head and start inviting these people to meet George Allen. But that was about the only time I might say Armin Mehr ever asked any help from me at all.
Some of the people who work for Armin Mehr have mentioned that he forbid them from having any contact with direct contact with Iranian officials because it would upset the Shah. And they were mentioning people who were actually ministers, not even to speak of people who were sort of in the opposition camp. What was your policy and your sort of practice at the British Embassy concerning contact with Iranians of various political persuasions?
Well, we believed in having as wide contact as possible, but not getting caught up with what I call the known opposition to the Shah. And who were they? I don't know, but although people who are critics of the Shah, like Ebtahar, as you know, I used to have him, I used to go and play tennis with him, and when we had the Imperial Defense College used to come out every year, you know, bring out a group of soldiers and sailors and civil servants, and I used to give a dinner party, and I'd invite people like Ebtahar or who else was known, Dr. Alavi, who was always very critical in those days, you know. People who I knew would be critical of the Shah, I would invite them to come and meet these people, and I had no hesitation in having them to my house. But I was very careful in contact with, say, Ali Amini, because of the Shah's known distrust of him and so on. And Entezam I saw occasionally, but not very often. But in terms of the real opposition, I mean, I made no attempt to get in touch with them, because it would have done one no good and made one's position with the Shah almost impossible.
So it seems that you and the Americans were in almost the same situation of sort of having isolated yourself from
the opposition?
From the opposition and from any sort of a direct contact with public opinion other than the upper classes.
Well, what was the opposition? I mean, who do you get in touch with, you see? I mean, I like to have, as I say, a broader collection of friends, and I had a lot of the older generation, whether it was people like Hassan Alavi, who had been a senator, Musafi, who was later murdered afterward, Arab Shebani, a lot of these old hands who were, on the whole, you might say, Anglophiles, but were critical of the Shah, but not working hard against him. And those sort of people I did keep in regular touch with. And I likewise was very happy to have the British Council there, who were in touch with university circles and that sort of thing. But one has to bear in mind that in a country like Iran, the ambassador and his embassy are credited to the Shah and the government of the day. And if given the conditions in Iran, the Shah, jealous nature, Savak reporting every move, if you were in touch with the real opposition, I mean, who would it be, Shapur Bakhtiar or whoever it might be, you would be destroying your own position with the Shah. As I mentioned earlier, the Ali Amini going to dinner at the American embassy, Armin Mehr was in trouble, quite serious trouble. And this could have happened to me if I got involved with the wrong sort of people. So you might say it was almost deliberate policy not to get involved with the real opposition. It was my main function was to keep in touch with the Shah. And at that moment of time, there was no indication that there was any threat from the opposition to his own position. I mean, there was no, after the Muharram riots, there was no serious threat to his position all the time I was there.
But then this would keep your own government in London not really fully informed as to what may be going on in
well, yes.
a particular country.
Well, you've got to weigh up one against the other. I mean, do you want to keep on good terms with the Shah? Do you want to continue to do your export trade? Do you want to continue to your oil imports from Iran? All those sort of things, which the Shah could cut off if he wanted to, if he felt you were working against him. Mm-hmm. And so I don't think it can be really an indictment against either the British or the American embassy that we did not, as a matter of policy, set out to keep in touch with the opposition. I don't believe in those days the clergy, the mullahs, were an effective opposition. It's only much later they came back into the picture. And the extreme left, the Tudeh, were mostly in prison and so on. So I would agree with you that the British did not get involved with the opposition, but we didn't shut our eyes to complaints that we heard, and nor were we entirely impervious to the fact that the Shah had got enemies, but there weren't very many in those early days.
It is said that even the CIA really limited its contacts with whatever opposition there was. Could the same thing be said about the...
I think probably yes. I think it could. Yeah. It would have, for us, and I think the CIA, the important thing was to frustrate any Russian plans, and therefore we cooperated with Savak on our main target being the Russians. Mm-hmm. And for that reason, that if we were to at the same time got involved with the real opposition, and the Shah heard about it, as he would have done, it would have ruined any sort of cooperation with him and destroyed our general position in Iran. I think, even in the light of hindsight, we were right to behave as we did then.
When one looks at the chronology of Iran, one of the interesting things that one notices is that in 1968 was the first time that the Shah and the former Queen took their winter holidays in Europe, and as of then, subsequently, this became an annual practice.
Taking holidays in Europe.
Yes, rather than in Iran, which had been, in a way, reminds me of the celebration that you described. The two parties with food had been imported from Europe rather than having Persian food. Does this recall any impressions or thoughts? This first European.
No, I didn't realize it was his first. I thought he'd been going skiing there fairly regularly. It was the first time he went skiing.
It may be. I have a question mark next to this.
No, I think he had gone earlier than that, because I don't know with Soraya, but when did he buy his house, the Souvretta house? He bought that. When did I see him in Geneva? 1970 or somewhere. It may be it was the first time, but it didn't signify anything.
Now, in later years, gradually these winter holidays became an occasion for many private discussions, negotiations, which could take place in Switzerland rather than in Tehran. Do you recall anything in this regard?
Yes, well, the oil people always used to go and see him in Geneva, in somewhere. He was on particularly close terms with Sir Maurice Bridgman, the chairman of BP. And Maurice Bridgman used to go and see him there and give a general tour d'horizon about the oil situation. And there were certainly on one occasion, if not two occasions, there were quite serious oil negotiations took place in somewhere. David Steele of BP went over and so on. I went to see the Shah in February, I think, 1970, but we can come on to that when I come to Bahrain. I went to see him there. And I remember on that occasion, or later, I said him somewhere when I was back in Tehran, he said that that had been a very successful, enjoyable occasion, unlike many of the people who came to pester him in St. Moritz. And I remember I had to spend one night at the big hotel there, what's it, the Suvreta, which is, and the place was teeming with Iranians, you see, not only just security people, but businessmen, all hanging around the Shah. It was absolutely, almost disgusting to see this, how everybody was there to try and get something out of the Shah, you see, or to show they were close to the Shah and so on. I was just that one night there.
When did sort of the groundwork for Bahrain begin?
Well, it began in November. Well, the decision by the British government to pull out of Aden, which was made, I think, they said they would pull out by 1968, and they may have made the decision, the Labour government, a year or two before, I've forgotten. Anyway, that put the Shah on notice that the British were losing their grip on the Middle East, and he got increasingly worried. And then in November 1967, the Labour government of Harold Wilson sent out a Minister of State, Roberts, to reassure all the Gulf rulers, the sheikdoms and the Shah, that the British government had decided not to pull out of the Persian Gulf, but to stay there for an indefinite period, so long as their presence was required to assure the stability of the area. The British reason being, of course, oil. Well, the Shah was very pleased to hear that. I don't think he altogether believed it, but he was pleased, and so were the sheikhs. Less than 2 months later, January 1968, the same British government, Harold Wilson's, sent out the same minister, Roberts, to tell the Gulf rulers, including the Shah, that the British had decided to pull out of the Gulf by 1971. The reasons I needn't go into, but they were tied up with domestic policies in England. Now this came as a considerable shock to the rulers, and also not perhaps so much to the Shah, who was more realistic, but he wasn't particularly happy with us. Well, now this led to all sorts of complications, because the first thing was the British pull out of the Gulf and give up their treaties with these Gulf rulers. What do you leave in place? And so we were anxious to leave a viable group of sheikdoms, and by May of that year, of 1968, had managed to persuade the sheikdoms, a lot of hard work because there were quarrels between the various sheikhs, that they should consider a federation or a union with the 7 crucial sheikdoms, plus Qatar and Bahrain. And an announcement was made from wherever it was, Qatar, about this. Now this infuriated the Iranians and the Shah, because they saw this as facing the Iranian government with a fait accompli of the federation in which Bahrain, which was claimed by Iran, and the islands of Tums and Abu Musa would be under the federation of these sheikhs. And the Iranians would be faced with the alternatives of either accepting this and recognizing the sheikhs and getting onto good terms with the Arabs, but by so doing they would be giving up their claims to Bahrain and the islands. So there was a concerted press campaign in Tehran against the British and this diabolic British colonial plan, imperialism, all the rest of it. All that summer, my job was to try and find some means whereby we could move towards a settlement of these outstanding problems. We talked in terms of a package deal, Bahrain versus the islands and so on, but that was not practical from a British point of view in many ways, and it wasn't acceptable for the Shah. And in the end we got it down that we must settle Bahrain first. Well, the Shah had said to me over many years that he wasn't interested in Bahrain. The pearls had run out and the oil was running out, so what's the good of it to me? But he said, I can't just give it up. I've got to have a face-saving formula. And he said, you've got to have a plebiscite or referendum, and if it goes against Iran, as he knew it would because the majority of population were Arabs, I will accept that. Well, we said we could not have a plebiscite or referendum because there wasn't the machinery there, and it could open up very difficult problems for the ruler of Bahrain, who wouldn't accept a plebiscite. He said, this is too difficult politically for me. And that I went up to see the Shah at the Caspian. He was staying at Ramsar in Princess Shams's villa in August 1968, and he rejected this idea of any sort of compromise on Bahrain completely. Said a plebiscite or nothing. Well, we were stalemate then. And it was later that year that Senator Massoudi came to see me to talk about various possibilities. And I suggested to him, because I had just a hint in one telegram from the Foreign Office, that we might be able to get the United Nations into the act, and they might test public opinion in Bahrain and say that public opinion is in favor of independence, etc., etc. And so I put this idea to Massoudi, and not on instructions to the Foreign Office, it was myself exploring, although I knew that the Foreign Office were not opposed to this. And Massoudi saw the Shah, I think, the next day at some party, and telephoned me and afterwards and said, come and have tea with me. I went up and he said, I've talked to Shah and he likes this idea. So I then telegraphed to London that there seemed to be a possibility along these lines. Well, London said, well, all right, we will try this, but it's a very delicate operation because we don't trust the Iranians don't trust us, and the Bahrainis don't trust either of us, and we've got to have everything agreed step by step. So, in the end, I got enough guidance to be able to go to the Shah. And I went to him in 24th of December 1968, Christmas Eve, and said to him, look, I'm in touch with London. I hear that you are not opposed to a United Nations solution, and this is how we see it being done. We asked the United Secretary General to send someone to test public opinion and so on. But I said, we've got to have agreement at every step. It's going to be a very difficult negotiation. And the Shah said, yes, I like this idea. You use the word constructive. But he said, I must prepare public opinion. So I said, all right. I said, now, who can I deal with on this? Because I knew Zahidi was deadly opposed to any settlement on Bahrain. He had once in the embassy had a great outburst when Garonni Roberts was there and said that if we did anything with Bahrain, he would resign and call for his sword and his gun and go and fight for it, you see. Really? Oh, yeah, see, terrific outburst. So the Shah sought me and he said, I think you better deal with Mr. Afshar, Khosrow Afshar. He is more in tune with this than anybody else. That was on Christmas Eve. Christmas Day, 25th of December, Afshar summoned me to go and see him. And I went and told him what had transpired with the Shah, and that was that. And I told London all this, and I expected this Shah saying he'd have to prepare public opinion. This would take several months. He went off to India on Christmas Day, to India and Pakistan on a state visit. On the 4th of January, the next day I suppose I must have picked up the paper, but I used to get Etalat or Kehan in the Persian edition every evening, and I was reading it and saw he'd made a statement in Delhi about the public being prepared to listen to public opinion. I've forgotten his actual words.
He said Shah said Iran wouldn't use force to make Bahrain part of Iran, but would also not allow it to be ceded to others.
Yes, but he also said that public opinion must be consulted. So as soon as I read this, I thought, this is the Shah. He's suddenly taken the step, you see. And so I called up my counsellor. It was a Sunday, I think, and said, come over and talk, because I normally never bothered people on a Sunday. I left them alone. And I said, look, this is the Shah suddenly moving. And in fact it was. He'd done this, I heard later, against the advice of his own advisors, but he took the plunge. And, well, that set things going.
Who was your counsellor then? Who was your counsellor?
His counsellor?
No, your counsellor.
Charles Wiggin. And that set things going. And over the next few months I got various drafts of procedure and how we should handle this. And I used to work through Afshar. I never said a word to Zahidi, not a word to Alam. Kept it absolutely...
Really? Not even to Alam?
Not to Alam. I said nothing to anybody. I just kept absolutely with Afshar and talked to nobody. And we had problems. Afshar was quite difficult. He said, we must go to the Security Council first before we go to the Secretary General, and the Foreign Office absolutely refused. They said, if we go to the Security Council, there will be trouble, and this will spoil the whole thing. We cannot. And we refused to budge on that, and Afshar was very difficult on this. So in the end, I went to the Shah, explained why, and the Shah accepted our view. So we got that point one. What were the other snags? I've forgotten. It was over wording, but on the whole, we, between Afshar and myself, we thrashed out things, and occasionally I say the Shah had to be brought in, but we got it to a point when everything was ready except the question of a plebiscite. The Shah still insisted on a plebiscite or referendum. We knew that Bahrain would not accept this. So there again, we had to, I think I went to the Shah, but somebody else, I think there were talks in Geneva, secret talks with Afshar, went to Geneva and talked to the Bahrainis there. And eventually, the Shah, we worked out a formula that the United Nations should be asked to sound public opinion as best they thought, and the Shah accepted this. But we, being rather suspicious of all this, we wanted a document which would set out how he would do this, who he'd consult. The Shah wouldn't accept this. He said, I'm not prepared to be tied down to anything. I've got to leave it. So we agreed in the end with the Shah's agreement that the British should have a bit of paper agreed with the United Nations, but the Shah should be unaware officially of this. And so that was agreed after a bit of a battle. And I've forgotten what other issues there were, but all seemed to be going well. We had no difficulty on agreeing who should be the man, a man called Winspear Giuchetti, his name was. I think he was Italian, but had been brought up in England. We kept to keep that rather quiet, because we thought that would upset the Iranians, but he was Italian. And he got a good reputation in the United Nations. We also had to persuade Utant to do this, because this was an exercise which both the Shah and we knew was already, we knew what the result would be, you see. But I think it was done at Eisenhower's funeral, when it wasn't Alec Douglas Hume, it must have been Michael Stewart, talked to Utant and explained the importance of this, and he undertook to take it on, you see. And so the things went ahead, and things looked like all being settled. The last hoop, or obstacle, was the wording of the Iranian approach to the United Nations. Now, at the last minute, sometime in December or January 1968-69, the Iranians had second thoughts about the wording of this. And I wouldn't want you to quote me to Afshar, but he was the difficult person. He was by this time ambassador in London, but was still handling negotiations. And for reasons which I can only guess, I think chiefly he was thinking of his own skin vis-à-vis Zahedi, who was very opposed to all this sort of thing, that he wanted to have a nasty letter to the UN talking about British colonial rule in Bahrain. And we said, this is not acceptable. First of all, it wasn't colonial rule, it was a different sort of relationship. And secondly, this is not acceptable to Bahrainis, and we refused to budge. I was on my last leave back here and just bought this house. And the Foreign Office called me up and said, look, serious trouble over Bahrain. The Iranians have now backpedaled on the approach to U-turn. What do we do about it? I said, well, we knew fairly certain that it was Afshar, not the Shah. I said, well, I think the thing is to threaten to send me to St. Moritz to see the Shah. And I think that might do the trick. Well, it didn't. Our chargé d'affaires, who was in, a man called Donald Murray, who was in charge, tried this on in Tehran, and it didn't work. So I was instructed to go to see the Shah in St. Moritz. And I also said that it was essential that Afshar should be there, because we were pretty certain he was the obstacle. So I went to St. Moritz. I was in Brussels. I had to sit up all night. I couldn't get a sleeper. I had lunch with Afshar. It wasn't a very harmonious lunch, because Afshar was very tiresome, difficult on this. And he had been traveling all night too. I think he'd been in Tehran for his father's or father-in-law's death for some ceremony, 40th day. Then we went in to see the Shah. The Shah was in ski clothes, very happy, holiday mood, and he started asking me about what I'd been doing on my holiday and all this stuff. And so we got onto quite a friend. I told him I just bought this house, and he told me he just bought Silvretta house, which was, you could put this whole house in one room almost. And there was old Afshar sitting like this, you see. Not quote me back to Afshar on this. And then the Shah said, what's your trouble? So I said, look, it's this approach to Uttant. I said, the wording of yours is not what we had agreed, and it's so offensive that it's not acceptable to the British government. So he then talked to Afshar, and there was the Iranian from the United Nations had come over too, and seemed to tell them as well, yes, settle this and go back to New York and clear this up. Well, I knew perfectly well, once it got out of the Shah's hand, it would not get settled. So I said, Your Majesty, after what you've said, I can settle this in the next room with Mr. Afshar in 5 minutes if you let us talk. So I could see Afshar ready to stab me then, you know. So the Shah said, all right, you go next door, and I'm here till 7 o'clock. So I went next door with Afshar and this other man. And we had about 2 hours of talk. I had very good instructions from London. I was given a certain amount of leeway. And in the end, after a lot of tough argument, I reached agreement. I said, I accept on behalf of the British government. He said, well, I'll now take it to the Shah. So Afshar goes in to see the Shah.
Alone?
Huh?
Alone,
yes. And came back 5 minutes later and says, yes, the Shah is very happy, it's all agreed. Well, because I didn't trust Afshar, I said, would you read out exactly the wording so there's no misunderstanding between us? So Afshar read out this, and he'd put back all the things I had cut out. So I exploded, you see, and I said, this is not what I agreed. Oh, says Afshar, this is what the Shah agreed. I said, I don't care what the Shah agreed. It's not what I have agreed. I'm negotiating on behalf of the British government. Can't alter it. The Shah has made up his mind, and that's it. I said, I don't care. Damn. I said, I'll go and see the Shah myself, but I'm not going to accept this. Well, after a really stand-up battle with Shah, he went off to see the Shah again and came back a few minutes later and said he accepts your wording. So because I didn't trust Shah, I said, all right, you get it typed out and give me a copy, then I'll accept it. I don't accept it till I've got a copy now, which I want to check word by word. And so Shah went off and got it typed, and in the end I accepted it. And about 9 o'clock that night I telephoned to London and said, all is settled, and that was that. And then we settled the Bahrain thing. I mean, it went ahead quite easily after that.
How was this plebiscite question worked out?
Well, it was that Winspear spent 5 or 6 weeks there, and he consulted various clubs and organizations and went round and reported that overwhelming demand was for independence, and so that was settled.
How did you react when all that protest was spoken in the Majlis? Were you worried that it may...
No. You see, the Shah, he's a curious fellow, because he knew Zahedi was against all this. He made Zahedi go down to the Majlis and announce this.
I was there that day as a spectator.
Were you? Really? And there were sort of what's his name, Pesheshpur, he attacked it, didn't he? But 4 people voted against it. No, I don't think we thought, once the Shah had decided, and he'd had a bit of a propaganda campaign in the army and things, he was much more nervous than he need have been. I think that Bahrain thing could have been quite easily settled without all this. The Shah could have given it up without any serious trouble. There wasn't much. And the islands, that was all settled after I left. But I got involved, of course, some extent on the islands before I left. But I believe that the Shah could have given up his claim to the islands if he wanted to. But anyway, we were much more concerned with Bahrain. So when I retired and left Tehran, I went down the Gulf to, I'd never been in the Gulf before. I was never allowed to go there when I was in Tehran. The Foreign Office wouldn't let me go.
Why is that?
Well, because it would have been misunderstood by the Shah and been misunderstood by the Arabs. It was much better to keep out. But when I went down, after I retired, I, of course, went to see the rulers of Ras Al Khaimah and Sharjah and urged them to come to terms with the Shah. But I said, well, he's going to take these islands, whether you like it or not. You might as well do a deal and get what you can on the oil side and all that. One of them listened, and I think it was Ras Al Khaimah listened, and Sharjah didn't. And, of course, the Shah occupied the islands. But I wasn't there at the end. But on the whole, that Bahrain exercise was an indication of statesmanship by the Shah, and the fact that you could go to him and argue. Like whenever these problems cropped up with Afshar, one went to the Shah and gave him one's reasons for why we objected to going to the Security Council and all that sort of thing. And the Shah took quite big decisions and courageous decisions, and showed himself to be, a statesman in a way. And so that thing was settled, and quite a big feather in the Shah's cap.
So what did the Shah get in return for this?
He got the islands. Yeah. He got the islands.
I see. That was the...
Well, it wasn't that was... we never... In fact, at one stage in the negotiations in March of 1969, Alam, I never discussed this question with him or with Huvayda or with Zahedi. Alam said, I have instructions from the Shah to tell you that any settlement of Bahrain is conditional on the islands being handed over. And I said, not a bit. I said, we've never had this as a package deal idea. They're quite separate. The rulers are different, and if you insist, the Bahrain negotiations are off. And when Michael Stewart, the foreign minister, came out that May for a Baghdad PAT meeting, it was the whole idea of linking them was dropped. The Shah tried it on just at once. But at the back of the British mind was that the Shah is determined to have these islands, and if we don't let him have them, we shall be really at war with him, defending the the sheikdoms. And you may remember that when the government of Heath got in after Labour lost the elections in, when was it, June 1970, I was summoned home to England and to see Alec Douglas Hume to talk about this, because the Conservatives were in two minds about the islands and so on, and pulling out of the Gulf generally. And the first thing that Alec Douglas Hume wanted to do was to see the Shah to find out how strongly he felt about the islands. So I went across in a little chartered aeroplane with him, or government aeroplane, in June 1970 to Brussels, where the Shah was, to see him about the islands, and Douglas Hume was convinced from the line the Shah took that he would not give up this claim to these islands. So I remember him saying to me on the plane coming back, I think we've got to take this on the chin. In other words, the Conservatives have got to be prepared to abandon their support for the Arabs on this and let the Shah have them, and that's what happened.
Mm-hmm. Now, in '69, there was a good deal of conflict between Iran and Iraq, which resulted in Iran abrogating the 1937 agreement on the Shatt al-Arab.
Yeah.
Did that have anything to do with any of these discussions?
No, I think the Shah complained that we were not supporting him because there had been trouble earlier about ships coming up the Shatt al-Arab and flying the Iranian flag and that sort of thing. But on that, I can't remember any. I mean, I must have talked about it to people, and I do remember at one stage Ardeshir Zahedi, rather to my surprise, blowing up or getting quite angry about Savak's intervention in Iraqi relations and having spoilt better relations, but he didn't go into details about it. I can't remember being more than we worried about it, but we certainly were not involved in any way of trying to act as peacemakers or anything like that.
Basically, as I understand it, Savak was the Iranian government agency that was sort of responsible for the Gulf, for the sheikhdom. So that has never been understood by me. Did that make sense to you?
That does, yes. No, you see, the Savak had responsibility, and who was it? Al-Khani, I think, was involved. I mean, have you talked to him about this?
We talked about this yesterday.
But he was one of the Savak people involved, and of course, why Persians distrust Al-Khani so much, because he was involved with Savak. But
why was that? Why? I mean, what was the rationale for the Savak being involved in foreign affairs?
Well, I think because the Shah, I don't know, I'm only speculating now, but Savak had secret funds. The Shah envisaged buying the sheikdoms. The Savak used to invite the sheikhs over for hunting. I once complained to the Shah about the extent at which the great bastard was being slaughtered by the sheikhs who would come over with their Tommy guns and kill hundreds of these very precious, rare birds, a bastard, and then go off back to Qatar or wherever it was, with these birds' carcasses all rotting on their boats and that sort of thing. This was all done through Savak, and I think he felt that the Savak were the people to soften up the rulers and make them into good friends of Iran.
What do you remember about your last 2 years? I guess it would be in Iran. Is this?
Well, my last 2 years were so much taken up with Bahrain, really, and the Persian Gulf generally, and of course oil always. But those were the two main things. I did a lot of traveling those years, and a good bit of travelling. My wife always and I did every year. I mean, we either went off on Land Rover or tents or with a mule and camped out and so on. We did quite a lot of that. And but the only time I was escorted on any of these trips was the last trip I did was I wanted to ride to the Caspian, to Deleman, where I had a Persian friend whose wife worked in the embassy, and they had a small property there. And this meant coming down near Lahijan somewhere. And there had been that guerrilla attack, do you remember, on a police station at Siaka? That's it.
I see. You were there then?
Yeah, I was there then. And we'd planned this trip way ahead of going on this from somewhere near Qazvin to pick up mules and then ride over to Caspian. And it was April, and it was not very nice weather. We were going to end up at this place, Siakal, you see. And
what was so special about Siakal?
Well, wasn't that where the guerrilla attack?
Yes, but why did you want to go?
Because this man I was staying with, a man called Alabui, who had a property up at Deleman, which was above Siak. And that's where the road came to the end of the motor cars could pick you up, and so we had to get there. Well, because of this attack on the police station, I told the Ministry of Foreign Affairs I was going to do this trip. And I always tell them when I was going off. I never asked for permission, I just said. And this came, they said I was have an escort. So we had 4 soldiers on mules. I remember the first night it was snowing, you see. It was we got in the mountains and frightfully cold. These poor soldiers, cold. My wife was so frozen that she had to be lifted off her horse when we got up to a village and so on. Anyway, we had 3 days riding through it, and then, of course, the other side, you came into spring. But that's the only time of all my stay in Iran where I ever had what I call a military escort to protect me. See, otherwise, one traveled freely without any trouble at all.
There were rumors about air attacks against these guerrillas. Did you see any airplanes flying by? No. What was your impression of that? Did you feel this was an isolated incident?
I thought at that time it was an isolated incident. But of course it wasn't. It was the beginning of the guerrilla attacks. You see, I left a few weeks later. That trip was in April. Let me see when we did this trip. Damash, Amalu, Gilan, at the house of Javan Bakht. This was a village in a Kurdish village, which was a summer village. It was almost empty. And this was the 8th of April, 1971. Do you want this on the tape? I don't know. No?
Yes.
Set off at 8:45 a.m. in Land Rover with Iona, Lev, that was a white Russian friend of mine, Lev Tamp, who was a person, and Teresa. Teresa was my wife's private secretary. Dropped Teresa in Qazvin, where she wanted to shop. We went on to Rudbar, where Alabui, who was our host, was awaiting us with various cronies, one of them our host tonight. Good lunch at newly built restaurant at Rudbar, then some 40 miles by newish metalled road running to east. 2 Russian jeep loads of gendarmerie escort. In brackets, there's been shooting and killing at Siakal lately, so was quite glad of the escort. Stop for tea, etc., after some 2.5 hours, then on in thick mist to pick up mules, all laid on and waiting for us by Alabui. Wet, misty, and very discouraging. As we set off about 5:30 p.m., us 3, that's Iona, myself, and Lev Tamp, Alabui, Javan Bakht, a fat but very nice mining engineer, 2 gendarme officers and 3 or 4 men, numerous chavadars, that's muleteers, isn't it? Mist, rain, sleet and cold. And I wish we had never come, except for the primroses and violets and snowdrops. But now, 10 p.m., warm, well-fed and tired in Javan Bak's family mansion. I've no regrets. He's the local squire, and the few all-the-year-round villagers in the Yelak could not be more friendly. It seems this part of Gilan is peopled by Kurds who were transferred here from Khorasan by Nader Shah. Javan Bakht is such a Kurd and says the villagers all talk Kurdish. That was it. I mean, that was our first day, but so we went on. The next day we stayed at Espali, and the third day, the 10th of April, we got to see Akal, where the shooting was, you see.
This happened, what, several days before?
Maybe several weeks before, I think. I've mentioned nothing about it at all in the late. I just end. No, there's nothing about it.
Did you? What percent of the day's diary would be written that evening, and what percent would be done later on?
I did that night.
So normally.
I always wrote it up at night. And I say they're not much interest, the diaries, because they give just factual things. I was very careful not to give views on people and so on, because I always suspected that, or didn't suspect, but imagine that one or other of one's servants was supplied with a camera by Savak. I don't think they were, but in fact one had to be careful, so I never did.
So you left Iran about, say, a few weeks
yes,
after this?
the 22nd or so of April.
Your term in Iran, is, if I remember correctly, must be one of the longest of...
It's the longest on record, except for a man called Allison, who was there in 1870. He was there for a few months longer than I was, but it's the longest on record.
Is there any special explanation for this?
Well, I think the explanation is of luck, and things that, first of all, I know afterward I was told there was a move to send me to Moscow as ambassador after I'd been in Iran little more than a year and a half in place of Geoffrey Harrison. Or was it Humphrey Trevelyan? At any rate, there was a move, but that was quashed by the Foreign Office on the grounds that I hadn't been in Tehran long enough. Then, after I'd been there, got my normal stint of 2 tours, 4 years. There was
4 years the normal?
It's a normal sort of 3 and a half, 4 years. There was I had been asked what did I want to do next, and I said if any place. I didn't particularly want to leave Tehran, but if I had to go anywhere, I would like India. And I think I was slated to go to India. I never heard officially, but various hints were made. But Harold Wilson suddenly decided to amalgamate the Foreign Office with the Commonwealth Relations Office without any previous, and a job had to be found for the head of the Commonwealth Relations Office. And he was a man who had served in India and in Pakistan, and was obviously a choice for Delhi. So he went, and I didn't go. I say it didn't worry me at all. I was very happy in Tehran. And then a year or two later, I got a letter from the Foreign Office to say that, rather to their surprise, they had been told that by the Treasury or the Board of Trade that they would very much welcome me as the head of the OECD delegation in Paris, and that if I wanted the job, it was mine, in place of Lord Hankey, who was a man who nearly came to Tehran as ambassador in 1953-54. But if I wished to stay in Tehran, they would fully understand and let me stay there. So I said, please let me stay in Tehran. So it's one of those things that, and I suppose the fact was that I was getting on reasonably well with the Shah and knew the country, and things were going fairly smoothly in Anglo-Persian relations. It meant they didn't want to change me. There were no... Very often you get businessmen coming back complaining about an ambassador, or the oil companies who used to complain about Douglas MacArthur, but I was on good terms with the oil companies, on good terms with the business world, because I always regarded it as my job to do what one could to promote British business. I never took the line that an ambassador should be aloof from the business world and so on. So I had good friends among me. There was nobody gunning for me as far as I know, so I stayed on.
Mm-hmm. And then once you came back to England, when was sort of the next serious contact or business contact with Iranian officials?
I had virtually none, because I was asked after my last leave in England whether I would join the board of various companies. One was Shell, the other one was Standard Chartered Bank, or it was then the Chartered Bank, it hadn't amalgamated. And the third one was Mitchell Cox, who were developing the agro-industry in the south. And I said I would, on condition I wasn't used to promote their activities in Iran. I wasn't going to go out to Iran and go and see the Shah or Alam and try and do business with them. And they all agreed. They said, no, we don't want you to do that. We want your advice. So I kept to that. The only time I went back on, I say, a business visit, I went on Mitchell Cox's to have a look at their development in the south, but no more than just to see that and take part in one meeting. And I kept to that. I never was used by business people. And once the Board of Trade, as it then was, asked me to go out and lead a group of British firms over to try and get the bidding for the Tehran airport. And I refused to go. I said I wasn't going to go out and do any business in Iran. Then one of the banks, Lazards, I think, wanted me to go out and lead a consortium, and I refused. And I kept absolutely out of it. And I'm very glad I did, because I always had a contempt for these retired ambassadors and military attachés who used to come back and tout around for business, and particularly the Americans who did it, but I mean some of our Germans did it rather badly too. And you see, Douglas MacArthur's done it, Helms has done it, and got tied up with Persian. And of course I had Persians try and get me to go into business with them this end, but likewise I refused. And no regrets.
Maybe this is a good point to stop here today.
Yeah, okay.
I've tired you out, and continue tomorrow.
So what are you going to tell me on tomorrow?
End of tape number 5.